Hello. Blaha made a video about Alex and you being homos. Yeah, he gets pegged, so.
Richard upset tummy. Yay!
That's a life education. Get a job.
Dr. Phil McGraw spent the last 20 years yelling at us in our own living rooms. He's the soundtrack of every doctor's office waiting area, the folksy uncle dispensing tough love to America's problem teens. But of course, Dr. Phil is not America's uncle. He isn't even a doctor, but he did make millions of dollars with his shtick. And now he's rebranded himself as a MAGA warrior, riding shotgun on an ice raid, black jacket and all.
Are you a citizen?
My mother says it.
Your mother's a citizen?
Yes.
He called that stunt a high-risk mission. Customs and Border Patrol called it government transparency. But everyone else called it exploitation, which is pretty much par for the course from a guy who did this on national television.
In 2016, you interviewed Shelley Duvall, and who was obviously very mentally ill, and this is how it was promoted. Take a look.
I loved Robin Williams. I don't think he's dead.
Where do you think he is?
Shape-shifting.
Do you see him?
Has, yes.
A star's descent into mental illness.
But then I read a tiny little headline buried in my newsfeed about Dr. Phil having a new kind of adventure, but this one was in bankruptcy court. Turns out the guy who became a star by telling Americans to get control of your life spent last year losing control of his own. He's knee-deep in lawsuits, fraud allegations, and a $500 million meltdown involving a Christian TV network, a rodeo league, and one...
Maybe that's why he's become such a grifting, lying jackass. You know, he must have had money problems for a while. Because he's been a cocksucker for a little bit now. I remember, like, back when, the Catch Me Outside girl was a thing. He was promoting those bullshit kid torture camps. And he was getting directly paid by one of them. So he must have had cash issues for a bit.
Very pissed off bankruptcy judge. It's a whole journey, so saddle up, legal eaglets. It's time to fly. Phil McGraw never set out to become America's TV therapist. He's always been more of a creative businessman. See, back in the 70s, he opened the Grecian Health Spa with his daddy in Topeka, Kansas, and started hawking lifetime membership contracts to the customers. But according to the lawsuits that followed, the McGraws sold those membership contracts to 3 banks in Topeka, then shut down the spa and skipped town, leaving customers on the hook for the lifetime payments. McGraw moved on to greener pastures in the Lone Star State, where he really did earn a PhD in clinical psychology from the University of North Texas. And voila, Dr. Phil was born. But Dr. Phil is not a physician. In fact, he's not even a licensed psychologist anymore. Long before he was on TV, he let his Texas license lapse after the state board reprimanded him for entering into a business relationship with a patient, which suited him just fine because he had much more lucrative plans in mind.
Speaking of loopholes, this next loophole allows you to watch the exclusive extended cut of this video and our...
The cat just had to step on my keyboard for whatever reason.
The lifetime payments from the University of North Texas. And voila, Dr. Phil was born. But he let his Texas license lapse after the state board reprimanded him for entering into a business relationship with a patient, which suited him just fine because he had much more lucrative plans in mind.
Speaking of loopholes, this next loophole allows you to watch the exclusive extended cut of this video and our entire library of content without ads for free. The catch is that you have only 72 hours to do it. That's because today's sponsor, Nebula, is now offering a 3-day trial that gives you unlimited access to everything on our platform. So if you've ever dreamed of speedrunning a deep understanding of how our legal system works, you in court.
In 1989, McGraw co-founded Courtroom Sciences, Inc., a trial consulting firm that promised to give lawyers the psychological edge with juries. His forte was reading body language, prepping nervous executives, and guessing which jurors would bite on a corporate sob story. His firm became a go-to jury consultant for Fortune 500 defendants, and McGraw styled himself as the guy who could outpsych the plaintiff's bar, and that's how he met Oprah Winfrey. In 1996, after Oprah said an outbreak of mad cow disease made her never want to eat a hamburger again, Texas cattlemen sued her for talking trash about beef. McGraw coached Oprah through the defamation trial, and when she won, she put him on her show as a life strategist. McGraw's "You're not a victim, you're a jerk" was a big hit with her audience in the Jerry Springer era of daytime TV, and so in 2002, Oprah's production company secured a deal with CBS to produce The Dr. Phil Show, so Americans could tune in 5 days a week to watch a pseudo-father figure tell people how to fix their lives.
Because I think you have said some things here today that are absolutely reckless. You can roll your eyes and you can be sarcastic all you want. You are committing a crime. Right.
Let's
look
see
at
your
me.
talent.
No, hey. No, you need to look at me.
I don't have to do.
Okay, take him out.
Dr. Phil's endorsement of so-called tough love parenting kicked off a craze for therapeutic ranches where out-of-control teens would get straightened out by being abused and humiliated for a few weeks in the middle of nowhere. McGraw insisted that parents, not producers, made placement decisions for the kids who appeared on his program, but the show was widely criticized for exploiting vulnerable people. At one point, Dr. Phil made an unauthorized visit to Britney Spears when she was in the hospital and publicly discussed her condition on his show. This violates all standards of medical and therapeutic ethics. It's also just gross. In another episode, producers collected hours of footage of a troubled 9-year-old boy. McGraw compared the child's behavior to serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer. Was it ethical? No. Was it ratings gold? Yes. And was it lucrative? Oh, hell yes. But all gravy trains eventually break down. Americans got bored spending every afternoon watching a condescending bald guy yell at people on TV, and you can't pay the bills with captive audiences trapped in the doctor's waiting room. In 2022, the Dr. Phil Show on CBS concluded its 21-year run. Dr. Phil would later claim that he'd resigned because of wokeism. In reality, it was probably Instagram and TikTok. 2022 was an absolute bloodbath for daytime television staples, losing eyeballs to social media platforms. And it wasn't just Dr. Phil who finally gave up the ghost. The Ellen DeGeneres Show, The Wendy Williams Show, Maury, Dr. Oz, as well as The Real all ended their runs that year. So Phil McGraw did what Phil McGraw does best in a tough situation.
Majin Buu on Tiller is 1.5x speed.
Hey, everyone.
Alex Leonidas trash talked me while being weaker than me. He's lifted more than Blaha on like every lift. The only exception might be deadlifts, but Blaha was like on gear and fat as shit.
Everybody, it's Jason Blaha here, representing Jason Blaha Strength and Fitness. And today, I've got a current events for you guys. So it looks like Strap-on Destiny, aka Alex Leonidas, he popped off at me a few weeks back, jumped up and said, Blaha hasn't made any games in years ago, so you don't know what the problem is. Dudes, I'm about to turn 49. I am 2 weeks from my 49th birthday. Let's be clear.
I'm old. I have an excuse.
You guys have seen me in the last month bench 315 for 5 pause reps. Pull in 500 for sets of 6. I've done it multiple times now.
Oh my god, dude. 49 isn't fucking geriatric. And he's on steroids. Like, this is such a bizarre comparison to make. Like, he's also so much fatter. Like, oh my god. 315 for 5 pause reps?
Fatigued or gets really.
So, can you explain, like, this?
heavy. It's just something I've always noticed. And when I say wide, I mean I'm all
So that says 45 pounds, by the
the way
way.
index finger on the rings. So instead of doing dips, I'm like, let's just do more back down, work on the bench. Bar
Oh,
squat.
wait, there we go.
I feel like that's going to keep improving. I'm going to work on sinking it
315.
deeper and deeper more as I go. Sometimes it's an issue of my knee angles and stuff there, but that's okay because I get bigger legs and get stronger from high bar, and it carries over to my low bar. All right, benching. I felt today I was a little disappointed because I got the 5 reps of 315 on Monday. If a sub 220 body weight, that's a PR. Finally got there, and it's been kind of stuck since then. And I know I've got to adjust what I'm doing. The dips are not carrying over the way that I would like. Really, I just need to do benching and to hammer my triceps.
Okay. Well, I guess he can do that then.
Now, I pulled 6 reps with 500 with just a belt and a chop, right? Nothing but shorts, a belt, and chop. Conventional. Friday, I did weighted pull-ups, 10 reps with a 45-pound plate. Okay, let's be clear on this. And yes, I'm going to be petty about this because
Alex was doing pull-ups with 345s when he was training with us.
I am petty. I'm not really a particularly nice person. I don't want people like to pick fights. I am a kind person. I'm a generous person, but I'm a dick. And you all know this. So guys, that little strap on wants to pick a fight, and then he displays his real strength. He did a collab with Clarence Kennedy. Okay, keep in mind, he did a collab with Clarence Kennedy. Yep.
Weird. It's like he's shy of mentioning me.
What did he do in it? Did you guys watch it? I watched the whole video. And by the way, the only guy there who could even bench, only guy there who can even hang with me on the bench press is Vegan Gains, and he outweighs me by what, 30, 40 pounds?
I weigh like 230. So he said he got under 220 now? So there's maybe like a 10 or 15 pound weight difference between us? I'm also like 6'3", whereas he's like what, 5'8", if that? So what in the fuck, like, this guy is just... Why doesn't he have a carer? How is he allowed online?
He's got a couple reps on me on the bench. He only pulled 405 with straps. Juiced to the gills.
Juice to the gills. I didn't realize, like less than 500, milligrams of gear per week is juice to the gills. But I guess he'd know. I also, pulled my butt before I was deadlifting that day, so I just went really easy. So I wasn't trying to push the deadlift.
I'm going to go ahead and catch him then. I think we need to catch him on the bench next. That would be my next goal. Since I can outlift him on everything else, he can beat me on the bench a little bit.
This guy's talking about beating me on the bench. Dude, I benched 410 naturally. You still have not benched 405. Still, after years of saying you're going to do it.
I need to catch him because I've hit that before at a higher body weight. My bench has been coming up. I should get my triceps bigger. I'll catch him next. But what does strap on do? Those goofy elbow sleeves, which who knows how many pounds he gets out of that, they put 315 on the bar. Appreciate the super chats here, guys. And they put 315 on the bar, right? He did a grindy triple and he almost couldn't lock. He was grinding under the 3rd rep of 315. Now, this is a guy who's Cloud B. His claim to fame with all this is that he could outbench and outpress me, right? That's like been his one thing over me. He claims he's got this 405 bench, which is questionable.
He has outbenched you. Again, he's done 405. You haven't.
Elbow sleeves and all this on. But when he's put in someone else's gym with other witnesses, he can't even do a triple. That 3rd rep was a total red light grinder. He couldn't lock it. Okay, so let's be clear. That 3rd rep wouldn't even count. Assuming he didn't have the thick elbow sleeves on, gets a triple. Are you guys telling me that a guy who supposedly just like a year ago benched 405 while lean, all of a sudden can't even do a triple with 315? All of a sudden, when he's magically using someone else's place with witnesses?
He lost weight and he's focusing on different lifts. Like, yeah, that's what happens.
Because let's keep in mind, his bench and comp was 319. That's fair. I mean, it happens. We know he got stronger since then. A little bit stronger, obviously. I mean, he can do a triple with 315, sort of. Telling me he can't bench 315 for 3 clean reps. but supposedly was a 405 venture not that long ago.
Animal Liberation donate $2. Let me see. Oh yeah, gotta check this out. James Aspie music video.
Psychopaths everywhere. Imagine being inside my mind, seeing slaughter all the time. People smile when they see cows, how cute they say. I see the truth, slaves awaiting their execution day. Whoever ain't vegan needs to play Jimmy Cashby right away. Stop finding horrific cruelty or you sick flesh-eating freaks. But your feelings are fucking irony. This is tough love in a battle for heart, attacking the fortress of conditioning built around your heart. Oh, don't be mean, wake up, shatter your dream. I'll do it all because I want you on the team. V-gang, 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 gang. Once you woke up the world, you never see the same again. Of course I can't accept you out of cruelty and death. They revert back to the cold with the green shoes made of skin, corpses on their breath. It is revolting, downright insulting. It's one thing not to know any better, but when you understand the facts, there should be no turning back. Don't you think you sound whack like, wow, I had an epiphany. Animals are the same as me, be kind to every kind. Actually, fuck that, I changed my mind. Did you fall and smash a skull? What the fuck is wrong with you? Animal cannibals need a thorough mental health assessment. Dr. Cashby, jiggity check, and please. My assessment, psychopathic tendencies. Superficial charm, our presence of normality. Psychopathic tendencies, do you comprehend the gravity? You all need to change, being vegan is the way. Dr. Cashby came to say stop being psychopaths today. Superficial charm, our presence of normality. Psychopathic tendencies, where is your humanity? You all need to change, being vegan is the way. Dr. Cashby came to say stop being psychopaths. Characterized by lacking empathy, having no remorse, indifferent, not even afterthoughts. The dead bodies in your dinner course, persistent antisocial behavior, egocentric traits, intent on murdering innocent beings because you like the taste. They don't deserve what you've done. You think other earthlings are here to serve you, eat them just for fun. Don't care. Moral treatment of animals we don't share. Lack the depth that vegans feel. Cold as ice, slice station shop, still call it a happy meal. It's sure delight, it ain't right. Your corpses every night. Take what isn't yours. No regrets, sleep busy when you turn out the light. Footage of the violence evokes no sensitivity, no urge to cry. Doesn't make it right, you're just desensitized. Imagine being next in line, the killer looks you in the eyes. Long knife, fresh blood spread all over his overalls. The walls, guts and body parts covering the floor. Fear, hearing horrifying screams from your poor family and friends in an end. Cycle of torture and death, the animal holocaust will happen and never again. Eyes wide, whole body tense, extreme stress, heartbeat like explosions 3 times a second in your chest. This is much more cause because you're obsessed with eating flesh. In exchange for their body parts every meal, this is how you make other earthlings feel. Sound like a good deal? Would you trade places? Not in a million years. If you were in the position, what would you be wishing? I beg you, I'll do anything. Go vegan, please. Superficial charm, our presence of normality. Psychopathic tendencies, do you comprehend the gravity? You all need to change, being vegan is the way. Dr. Cashby came to say stop being psychopaths today. Superficial charm, our presence of normality. Psychopathic tendencies, where is your humanity? You all need to change, being vegan is the way. Dr. Cashby came to say stop being psychopaths. I know you won't want to admit, but stay strong, show an inability to distinguish right from wrong. But maybe when you listen to the rapping in this song, something starts to happen you can't quite put your finger on. There's a shift in the back of your head, your mind starts to think, damn, why is this guy so hard to argue with? Maybe Jimmy Cashby's right, I am. Congratulations, that's the start of the journey from the darkness to the light. Body parts and murder victims are being eaten, I'm unable to be chilling. Animal abusers belong in psych wards and prison, I relate. Hey, steak and ribs when I was part of your faction, I repent. Death cult programming brings psychopaths in action. Eating meat extinguishes the seeds of great compassion. Dr. Cashby's got your prescription, here are your orders. 1, stop funding slaughter, stop eating corpses. 2, empathy for our feather furred scale covered cousins. 3, decide who you want to be, cruel or peaceful, kind or evil. Wake up psychopaths, come on tell me which side you're gonna be on. Dr. Cashby's advice, do what's right, go vegan. Superficial charm, our presence of normality. Psychopathic tendencies, do you comprehend the gravity? You all need to change, being vegan is the way. Dr. Cashby came to say stop being psychopaths today. Superficial charm, our presence of normality. Psychopathic tendencies, where is your humanity? You all need to change, being vegan is the way. Dr. Cashby came to say stop being psychopaths.
The only part of that I didn't like was the weird, gross baby near the end. But otherwise, it was a good message. Yeah, like it is weird how it's like it really should be seen as a mental illness to, you know, want to kill and eat animals. Like if anybody were to like pick up dogs from a pet store and kill and eat them, like I think anybody would, that guy would get diagnosed as like a crazy whack job psycho or some shit. But for whatever reason, every other animal, no, you're cool. Kind of retarded. James is looking pretty jacked though. Gigliardo donated $2. Let me see.
And famous Gig, special goodbye to you, mate.
Gig is gig.
Gig is gig.
That's nice. Thanks for the donation, Gigliardo.
Historically, not like it's been 4 or 5 years or anything here, guys. All of a sudden he drops to that. He's a lion ass fake. He is a fake. He's a fake. That 405 was fake because he can barely rep 315 when put to the.
You know, since Blaha is saying this, it's making me think that he's faking his lifts right now. Just knowing the psychological issues this dude has, so like every accusation is an admission. So it feels like the reason he's going after Alex, saying that his, 405 bench is fake, is because he is currently faking lifts. When taking steroids, can the skin, connective tissue stretch or rip from rapid muscle growth? You could get stretch marks if you gain weight too quickly. How can it be prevented? Don't gain weight too quickly.
The test. Fake fraud lift. I'm going to call it right now. That 405 was a fraud. Because when he's using someone else's plates at a gym, he can't even handle 3 clean reps of 315. There is no way he benched 405. He's a con man.
He has the exact same brand weights that I have. They're Northern Lights.
Comes over to deadlift. What does he do? Sumo with straps. By the way, keep in mind he is super short, so sumo is really easy for the short guys. Straps on a sumo. Pulls 505. Which I'm not hating on a dude. Look, guys, I'm not going to hate on a man who deadlifts 505. But if you're going to trash talk me, and you're a healthy young man, clearly on steroids too.
So yeah, Blaha's faking his lifts currently. Blaha's on steroids. So why would he, it's just so weird.
I mean, he's hanging out with gear users. And I'm going to call him on that in a minute too. He's hanging out with the dudes all juiced up and giving them compliments.
What a fucking dumbass, dude.
This is the same guy who towards me and this other stuff said that he didn't believe in TRT, that it's degeneracy. He called TRT degeneracy.
Did he
Let's
really?
be clear. He called TRT degeneracy, but he's more
I think he might be mixing him up with natural hypertrophy.
than happy to go work out for a little bit of clout with another man who's juiced to the gills and give him all these compliments. Double the other day, so on and so forth. But I've done 6 reps now, right? We're chipping back. I just blame the vegan diet for all their.
This is how it would pan out if Blaha ever met you IRL.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for the donation, Jessica.
Lost strength. But that was the other thing. He's over there, well, I got the 405 benches of vegan. He dropped that line in there. He dropped that line. But did anyone believe he benched? Anyone actually think he benched 405? He couldn't even do 3 clean reps of 315. Like that third rep was pretty much a miss. They looked like maxes, the first 2. And I'm over here doing 5 reps with this without elbow sleeves. He couldn't even do a triple.
Yeah, I think he's faking his 315 bench right now. He very likely has fake rogue calibrated plates, and he's faking some of his lifts.
What do you think about one-handed farmer's carries? I suppose they're called suitcase carries, actually. They have their place. Whereas when I add a whole plate, I drop down to 5 as my best.
Well, Blaha's still retarded, but we already knew that.
Which is skedaddle back to Texas. And that's where he met up with the godly businessmen of the Christian media network Trinity Broadcasting. Trinity, or TBN, is the biggest religious television network in the world, and since part of Dr. Phil's public brand has been his strong Christian faith, it seemed like a match made in megachurch heaven. But Dr. Phil soon found himself in a fraud lawsuit hell of his own making. The negotiations between Dr. Phil and TBN are now the subject of multiple juicy fraud lawsuits. According to TBN, Dr. Phil approached the network and said he was quitting CBS because of woke censorship. Quote, "I don't want snot-nosed lawyers telling me what I can and can't say on TV." But TBN says that Dr. Phil and his business partner Phil McIntyre made numerous false representations about ad sales, audience loyalty, and projected cost savings of shooting in Texas instead of California. And most crucial of all, Dr. Phil allegedly told CBN that he owned the media library containing all his previously recorded programs, and the network he would create with TBN would have access to this 21-year media library at no additional cost. That's not how any of this works. Networks spend huge money to produce expensive shows.
Why won't a hot goth tomboy come and kidnap me? Life ain't fair, VG.
Well, sometimes you just gotta go out and kidnap the tomboys on your own, rather than wait for them to kidnap you. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben Boy.
Banking on some portion of them becoming big enough hits that they can syndicate and license the back library all over the world for decades. Networks are ruthless about ownership and control of the syndication rights. They're not going to just give that to the guy.
Why is YouTube doing this? It said it was on 4K, and it was not on 4K.
In front of the camera. Now, I don't know the exact terms of the deal between Dr. Phil and CBS when they were broadcasting his show, but we can safely assume he was in no position to offer TBN the broadcast rights to the back library of a hit CBS show, let alone at, quote, no additional cost. In fact, there's only one host in the history of talk shows who's ever gotten meaningful ownership and control of the back library and syndication rights, and she got them at a time when network executives thought that daytime TV wasn't worth much. CBS sure wasn't going to make that mistake again, because the first time led to a whole new network that now competes with them. And in fact, in January of 2023, Deadline reported that CBS would offer stations library episodes of Dr. Phil for the 2023-2024 season and beyond. Maybe Dr. Phil
How
thought
close are you to getting your driver's license?
I haven't gone for my driver's license. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer.
Call up his old pal and just have her make that deal happen for him. I don't know. I'm not a psychologist, but I think I know what Dr. Phil would say if a guest told him that CBS was just gonna let him walk out the door with the entire back catalog in his pocket.
Are you delusional?
Now, TBN should have known better, but they apparently believed that CBS was offering Dr. Phil $75 million a year to renew his contract, and if TBN didn't pay him $20 million immediately as a gesture of good faith, he was going to walk, and so that's what they did. On January 10th, 2023, TBN signed a letter of intent with Dr. Phil's company, Pt.2 Productions, to form a new TV network with the placeholder name NewCo. TBN would own 70% of NewCo, and Pt.2 would own 30%. It was a 10-year, $500 million plan that made TBN responsible for production costs, including constructing a studio and flying Dr. Phil around in a private plane. In turn, Pt.2 would produce 160 new episodes of The Dr. Phil Show, each of them 90 minutes long, because 60 minutes of Dr. Phil yelling at people in their darkest hour just isn't enough. The party spent a year preparing to launch the television network, and yet they somehow failed to come up with a written contract, which is bad because it's clear that they were miles apart in their understanding of how this partnership was supposed to go. TBN seems to have expected the venture to be profitable in short order so they wouldn't have to front much cash, likely because of that sweet, sweet back library at no additional cost. But Dr. Phil counters that TBN loaded the new network down with debt when it should have been footing all the bills. I have no idea who's right, but I do know that entering into a $500 million 10-year venture on the basis of a 5-page, vaguely worded agreement is a recipe for disaster. By February of 2024, Dr. Phil's and TBN's jointly owned company, NewCo, had rebranded itself to Merit Street Media and made this hype trailer for their biggest show. Merit Street put out a press release saying that the network was ready to roll out under the management of Chief Operating Officer Joel Cheatwood, a longtime tabloid news veteran. Cheatwood made his bones working with Jerry Springer, Nancy Grace, and Glenn Beck, and presumably knew how to package the slop that Dr. Phil was selling. Merit TV's offerings included news, reruns, and original programming by Nancy Grace and Steve Harvey, along with lots and lots of Dr. Phil. A month later, TBN and Pete executed a voting agreement to establish a 3-member board for Merit Street. TBN got 2 seats, which were held by TBN's president Matt Crouch and Samuel Smadja, regional director of TBN in Israel, and Pete got 1, held by Dr. Phil. Why they didn't set up a board earlier is an interesting question, but it's clear that only a few months later, the relationship between Pete and TBN had totally broken down. TBN says that Dr. Phil did not produce any of the 160 episodes he committed to or do any work to attract advertisers. Dr. Phil says that the studio TBN constructed was useless and that TBN saddled Merit Street with expensive distribution deals, including with PBR. No, not that PBR, the Professional Bull Riders Association. Merit Street entered into a multi-million-dollar distribution deal with them because what goes better with condescending emotional manipulation than bull riding, right?
We wanted special, and we just got it!
But by August, TBN said it wasn't fronting any more cash to the operation, and Dr. Phil's company, Pete Productions, was going to have to start paying the bills, which Dr. Phil refused to do, and that's when things went totally sideways. In June of 2024, Dr. Phil texted his buddy Jamie Ribman, an IP lawyer and investor, "I'm working on the project for getting rid of TBN." Stage 1 of this project was to convince TBN to give up their controlling majority share in the new venture. Remember, TBN owned 70% of Merit Street and Dr. Phil owned 30%. Dr. Phil wanted to swap that, giving him the 70% ownership. Luckily, his buddy Jamie Ribman helped him workshop an approach to persuade Matt Crouch, TBN's president and 1/3 of the voting power of Merit Street's board, to voluntarily hand over tens of millions of dollars in equity. In a July 28 text captioned "Proposed Messaging," Ribman advised Dr. Phil to emphasize how proud Crouch's parents would be of his accomplishments. He should say that the new proposed structure will allow TBN to focus on what it does well and will enable you to focus on what you are great at. His 30% will be far more valuable with you leading the network than his 70% under the current agreement. And then, according to TBN's fraud complaint, Dr. Phil told TBN he had friends and family just waiting in the wings to throw money at Merit Street as soon as they could see that Dr. Phil was the majority owner. Potential investors included basketball star Dirk Nowitzki, Dr. Phil's neighbor who he plays tennis with, Harlan Crow, the billionaire who subsidized conservative Supreme Court justices, and Darcy Ribman and/or Darcy Ribman's husband, i.e. Jamie Ribman. You know, the guy coaching Dr. Phil behind the scenes on how to manipulate the Sunday school geniuses at TBN. And I don't know how he did it, but he did it. On August 8th, TBN agreed to a stock swap, giving Dr. Phil 70% of the company and reducing their own share to 30%.
Wow. They're retarded. Out of this world retarded. I guess they're Christian, right? So yeah, hey, I got a great idea. Give me all your money, and then my friends will give you their money. Okay? Like, wow.
The very same day, Dr. Phil removed Crouch and Smadja as board members, leaving himself the only guy in charge. But he didn't tell TBN that for another 6 months, which suggests that he wasn't being entirely straight with his business partners. Nor does this email he sent to Merit Street's publicist saying, "So glad to get these changes underway. These TBN folks are in over their heads and so judgmental, I just can't stand it," be shaping a loud press release announcing in some way that I have made a gangster move and taken a majority ownership in MSM, diminishing TBN to a passive minority investor role. Dr. Phil, the original gangster. In September, after TBN stopped funding Merit Street, Dr. Phil ordered Merit to stop paying its vendors. He referred to this as 11th hour poker. The company stiffed a lot of creditors, including PBR, which eventually sued Merit Street for upwards of $100 million. But with Dr. Phil in the driver's seat, that promised wave of investor cash did not come rolling in. Apparently, Dirk Nowitzki and Harlan Crow found other investment opportunities. In fact, the only outside investor was Jamie Ribman, who cut a $5 million check in December. And remember those super valuable back library rights for his old CBS show? In February of 2025, Dr. Phil and his lawyers brokered a deal for Pt.2 Productions, that's Dr. Phil's production company, to license all 21 seasons of his CBS show to Merit Street to broadcast on their network. According to the court filings, Phil McGraw represented that he had syndication rights, but the February press release from his lawyer says the decision to wind down the broadcast syndication agreement with Paramount Global and CBS only affects local TV stations that currently carry the program. Old episodes will still be available through a dedicated channel on Pluto TV, the streaming platform owned by Paramount CBS, and reruns will remain on OWN, a cable network owned by Warner Brothers Discovery. In May of 2025, Dr. Phil texted his business partner Phil McIntyre about partnering with another media conglomerate called MediaCo, which owns a suite of radio stations, streaming platforms, and television stations. By June, Dr. Phil and MediaCo had the broad outlines of a deal, and court records show McIntyre asking ChatGPT to generate a name for the new company. In the event, they rejected Pplix, Demexia, and Omnisphere in favor of Envoy. Between June 30th and July 3rd, Dr. Phil finally made his move and promptly landed in front of the most pissed-off bankruptcy judge I have ever seen. On June 30th, Dr. Phil appointed attorney Gary Broadbent to the board of Merit Street and made him the chair of a newly created committee authorized to file for bankruptcy. The next day, July 1, he filed paperwork to incorporate Envoy Media Company in the state of Delaware. That day was filled with texts between Dr. Phil and all his regular crew, Cheatwood, McIntyre, Broadbent, and of course, Ribman, to whom he sent this message. Okay, I have been trying to get with you so you are up to speed. I am filing suit against TBN at 12:01 a.m., as in 3 hours from now. I am also filing Chapter 11 for Merit Street to wipe out all the shit TBN President Matt Crouch has burdened us with. It will wipe out PBR's claim against Merit Street, but our claim against them will survive. It will free us from TBN's debt for distribution, which Matt saddled us with. Distributors are cooperating with us. Real gangsters take lots of notes. I learned that from The Wire.
Is you taking notes on a criminal conspiracy?
Two biggest assets are our claims against TBN and PBR. The biggest creditor is me. Second is distributor group, then you. We are immediately relaunching in a joint venture with MediaCo. Sound stages are under construction, as are all other elements we need. We will not go off the air for even 1 second, except where our distributors take us down when they can replace us. We are working to replace them as well. No adversarial blood there. Just want you to know we think we are free at last. Very happy. Wish we didn't have to do it, but it is time. No, seriously, dude, it's even got a name. The Stringer Bell. We'll just Google it. Important to me that you know your investment is 100% safe. Hope you will choose to go along and move it to New Deal, clean balance sheet. However, I am happy to reimburse you via wire transfer at a moment's notice, as I have previously indicated. I don't care about the agreement that protects with the library or what the court does. Our deal is between us, and I'm very grateful for it. I made a choice and will not allow you to be in an uncomfortable position for even a second. I just did not want you to be surprised in any fashion or think some court was going to impact your investment. Not happening. Well, it's a lot. Dr. Phil told Jamie Ribman that at midnight he was going to have Merit Street simultaneously sue TBN for fraud and file for bankruptcy. He hoped to wipe out all of Merit Street's creditors, including PBR, but still allow Merit Street to sue TBN and PBR for fraud. He said he was about to go live with a competing network airing virtually identical programming and taking over Merit Street's distribution contracts, meaning that Merit Street would effectively shut down as anything other than a vehicle to sue TBN and PBR, and he said that Ribman should not worry about the $5 million he'd invested in Merit Street because Dr. Phil would make him whole no matter what the court said. That's a lot of bad facts if you're in litigation over supposedly defrauding your business partner. As the sole board member of Merit Street, Dr. Phil owed the company what's called a fiduciary duty to act in its best interest. He was supposed to be on Merit Street's side, not working to siphon off its business for a competitor company, which is why Dr. Phil deleted that text. What we are seeing here is the copy of it he forwarded to McIntyre along with Ribman's response.
Oh, dude, he is so cooked.
Saying, "Your challenges are mine, couldn't be more proud of what you are building." That text he forgot to delete. As promised, Dr. Phil sued TBN and filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy in the early hours of July 2nd. On July 3rd, he fired all but 6 employees at Merit Street and hired almost all of them back at Envoy, after which everything hit the fan. Basically, everyone sued everyone, with TBN and PBR filing their own suits on the bankruptcy docket, and then a couple of Dr. Phil's buddies got themselves appointed as fiduciaries with ethical and legal obligations to do stuff that had the potential to harm his new business. Foreshadowing? See, the Merit Street bankruptcy was filed under Chapter 11 of the Bankruptcy Code. Chapter 11 is for companies that intend to shed their debts and reorganize so that they can emerge as a viable business. It's functionally a timeout that stops creditors from seizing the business's assets, but you cannot abuse the process. Remember, Alex Jones got kicked out of the bankruptcy court because he filed Chapter 11 motions to reorganize his business with no plan to actually reorganize. He just wanted to take advantage of the bankruptcy court to stiff the Sandy Hook parents so they couldn't collect on their judgment against him. Again, now, if this was a legitimate Chapter 11 filing, the goal would have been to reorganize Merit Street so it could go forward with a clean slate after having its debts wiped away. And now, I don't know what's in Dr. Phil's heart, but I do know what was in his texts. He said he was relaunching in a joint venture without TBN, taking over Merit Street's distribution networks and suing his business partner. So one of the first things that happens in Chapter 11 is the U.S. bankruptcy trustee appoints a creditors committee to direct how the assets should be divvied up and who should get paid. That's sort of like a jury. So remember during that text where Dr. Phil said to Jamie Ribman, the biggest creditor is me, second is distributor group, then you? The committee consisted of PBR, a representative of the media distributors named Stephen Borden, and Darcy Ribman, the wife of Dr. Phil's best pal, Jamie Ribman. But PBR got kicked off the committee because it's in litigation against Merit Street, meaning that Darcy Ribman was in charge of deciding who got paid and who got wiped out, which seems like kind of a conflict of interest, right? Good thing Dr. Phil already told the Ribmans that their money was safe. Here's how bankruptcy judge Scott Everett described a Ribman issue in court.
Thus, in the critical early stage of the case, the creditor that knew of Mr. McGraw's project to get rid of TBN, the creditor that provided the specific messaging for that project and praised that project, the creditor that knew of Mr. McGraw's desire to wipe out the PBR claim and cheered on that plan, the creditor that knew its claim was absolutely guaranteed by Mr. McGraw to get paid no matter what the court does, that creditor made it onto the committee, while the to-be-wiped-out creditor, PBR, was removed from the committee.
But that wasn't the only conflict of interest. Remember how Dr. Phil appointed that lawyer Gary Broadbent to Merit's board and empowered him to file for bankruptcy? Broadbent was appointed Chief Restructuring Officer, or CRO, of Merit Street during the bankruptcy, so that meant he had 2 layers of fiduciary duty to Merit as CRO and a member of the board. But court records show that Broadbent was a key player in Envoy's effort to erect a competing business, even going so far as to strategize how to extract the IP from Merit Street. Here are texts from July 2nd and 3rd between Broadbent, Cheatwood, and Merit Street CEO Ken Solomon. All 3 of those guys were still on the payroll at Merit Street. Cheatwood says they have a bit of a conundrum because they want to download Dr. Phil's content from Merit Street servers and port it over to Envoy, but that can't happen until assets are auctioned since they are the property of MSM, correct? Solomon says they should grab the IP now and worry about the details later. And Broadbent responds, you guys are right, you can't move the assets out until after the auction. If there is one, it's probably smart to duplicate the backups in case TBN is engaged in more foul play. When Broadbent says we, he does not mean Merit Street, of which he's supposedly a member of the board and chief restructuring officer.
Black Duke, Donny Tillers, what happened earlier? Did Gummy ask you how many carbs you ate per day? You yelled at him and he turned your computer off. That's not what happened. Gummy wasn't even in the basement, so I think you're just a retard. Thanks for the donation, dude.
With an obligation to work in the company's best interests. He means Envoy, Dr. Phil's new company set up to duplicate Merit Street right down to the programming. And here are meeting minutes from the very next day where Solomon proposes that they start sending episodes immediately, and the Envoy launch team agrees that Merit Street needs to rehire an IT guy named Paul Sutherland immediately so that he'll be able to reclaim Dr. Phil's intellectual property. Those guys weren't looting Merit Street with the aim of protecting its continued viability as a going concern. They were stripping it for parts. Here's Broadbent getting asked on the witness stand how he came to be editing press releases for Envoy when he was supposed to be the CRO for Merit Street.
Unfortunately, I find that Mr. Broadbent was simply doing Mr. McGraw's bidding for Envoy when he should have pushed back instead and kept his distance, such as Mr. Cheatwood creating staffing plans for Envoy while an officer of Merit Street, negotiating salaries for Envoy employees, setting up Envoy bank accounts, negotiating a Media Co. lease, and addressing Media Co. facility matters. Mr. Cheatwood's general testimony, including his proffered explanations, was not entirely credible. Near the end of July, somebody must have told Mr. Cheatwood to back off, at least publicly, the work for Envoy, as he noted in a July 28th text message. Quote, "My dilemma is this. As a remaining officer of MSM, I've been advised not to do anything public to indicate an attachment to Envoy. That's about to change, but as yet..."
21st, $22.
Once upon a time, in the midst of a cold rainy night, a
Is this the dumb bitch who, like, is a psycho? Who keeps fucking... Yeah, I'm not watching this. Base TYT defending Tucker and Fuentes.
My Christian faith tells me that there's no such thing as blood guilt, and virtue or sin is not inherited. It's not a feature of DNA. So every person must be assessed individually as God assesses each person individually. And that's like a foundational view. So I always thought it's great to criticize and it's question like our relationship with Israel because it's insane and it hurts us. We get nothing out of it. I completely agree with you there. But the second you're like, well, actually, it's the Jews. First of all, it's against my Christian faith. Like, I just don't believe that and I never will, period. And second, then it becomes a way to discredit. That's when I was like, this guy's a Fed. What I do think is bad.
I don't know what the fuck this is. Thanks for the donation, dude. You said gun control doesn't decrease gun crime, but how does California, which has the largest population, also have 7th lowest gun crime? Are you, like, fucking retarded? Okay, like, get the fuck... Get out of my fucking chat, dude. I don't know why you're here. It's not really a retard stream.
So, I have a question. Would you support eating at a non-vegan restaurants if they have vegan options? Is it ethical to eat at those places?
Yes, thank you for the stupid question. Appreciate the donation.
Hasn't. The thing that evidently was about to change was that Mr. Cheatwood and Mr. Solomon finally signed consulting agreements with Envoy on August 2nd, making their allegiance to Envoy public and official rather than secretive. To put it charitably, it wasn't the greatest business judgment for Merit Street officers Broadbent, Cheatwood, and Solomon to work for Envoy while simultaneously contesting allegations from TBN and PBR that the debtor's CRO and other officers are conflicted and attached to the hip to Mr. McGraw.
And here's the judge saying exactly what he thinks about Solomon and Broadbent and Cheatwood's conduct here.
Mr. Cheatwood's general testimony, including his proffered explanations, including that Merit Street wasn't harmed, was not entirely credible, as I lost count how many times he was impeached with his prior deposition testimony.
If the judge says he lost count of the times you got impeached on the witness stand, he's not calling you an overachiever. Also, the cronies here are named Cheatwood and Broadbent. Who is scripting this thing, Charles Dickens? But this is a story about Dr. Phil, and okay, I regret to inform you that Dr. Phil was a very boring witness. Sure, there were a couple moments of his signature self-righteousness.
I'm trying to get the distributors to keep us on I'm doing everything I can to keep Merit Street on the air. Anybody I can talk to, any deal I can make, anything I can do.
Stop acting like a sulky nigger. Cheer up and behave. Otherwise shut the stream down. Nobody wants to watch you just play a boring ass video while you barely say anything, and then just complain whenever someone donates something or makes a comment.
Yeah, Dr. Phil does look like Heihachi Mishima. Just gotta... Yeah, he's literally Heihachi Mishima. Yeah, it's just dead on. Never realized that before. Sengoku donated $2 motivational speech.
You want to know what your big mistake was, Black? What mistake? It's that stolen body! Every muscle, every cell! His body was built from a lifetime of intense battles! But you took it! It's all second-hand! You feel the power no Saiyan cells, but you don't truly understand it! Because you didn't build it! And you'll never learn to think like that clown!
That anime was just fucking terrible. It's unwatchable garbage. I fucking hate Dragon Ball Super. Thanks for the donation though, Sengoku. Blink donated $2. Oh, it's a little baby.
Baby giraffe, and she was rescued by the band.
Wow. That's a nice baby giraffe. I'd like to be friends with the baby giraffe. That's a pretty good baby. Wow. So nice.
This is little JJ. And JJ is about, nearly 6 months old, little red kangaroo. He's got really beautiful markings on his face. And it's time for him to have his first little time on the ground. First time out of his little pillowcase pouch. So this is the first time he's come onto the ground.
My God.
So another kangaroo would do this so the baby can start to
oh my God,
use its muscles, its tendons, and it's just a quick 20 or 30 seconds so he can experience what he's going to be doing a lot of in the future, and then back to bed into the security.
Wow. You can just put him back in his sack. Thanks for the donation, Blink.
I can see you're in a bad mood, but my wife says you are not an ethical vegan if you support eating vegan options at a meat serving place.
Well, tell your wife she's a dumb bitch, and she's probably fat and ugly too. So she's a fat, ugly, dumb bitch. Thanks for the donation, though, Alan.
Because I sat and listened to Matt Crouch yesterday saying nobody was watching. We had gone up 51 slots since launch. Probably the biggest, most successful launch in a decade. We had millions of people watching. I don't know what he's talking about. So the last thing I wanted to do was to sue TBN or to shut down Merritt Street.
But his testimony largely
He literally said that.
consisted of him saying over and over again that he wasn't the one who declared bankruptcy. It was an independent decision made by Gary Broadbent, Merritt's chief restructuring officer, the one who was simultaneously discussing how to download Merritt Street's IP and editing press releases for Envoy.
So between May of 2025 and filing this bankruptcy, you only communicated with Matt Crouch at TBN, right, sir?
I think that's right. I may have had a text or something with Frank.
You don't know how many times you communicated with Matt between May of 2025 and the time that the bankruptcy was filed, right, sir?
I don't know.
Did you tell Steve Harvey?
You're speaking along here. I didn't share this information with TBN. I know you hate it when I say this. I did not make the decision to file bankruptcy. I capitulated to the decision when I agreed to provide DIP financing, but the decision to file bankruptcy was made by Gary Broadbent.
That was punctuated by attorneys for TBN saying, well, what about this text where you said we filed Chapter 11, or this one where you say I filed Chapter 11, or hey, what about that text you sent to Jamie Ribman saying I am about to file for bankruptcy? That text disappeared from Dr. Phil's messages with Ribman, but a copy of it, which he forwarded to Phil McIntyre, did not. Oops. Judge Everett described that as an act of intentional destruction of property of the estate and an overt effort to make records of the debtor inaccessible, done on purpose so that I, the judge, would not see it. And part of the reason he said that was because of all the stuff Dr. Phil did in August to avoid having to admit what he'd done. On August 14th, Judge Everett gave Pete a week to turn over all the texts and emails. Instead, Dr. Phil tried to dismiss the entire bankruptcy rather than cough them up. And by sheer coincidence, Merritt Street's lawyers also moved to withdraw from the case. Judge Everett said no, because there was a hearing scheduled for the next day and you cannot leave a party unrepresented. And you know what? Let me not characterize that one. I'm going to let the judge handle that.
That explains. Can you put this guy in his place?
How muscular a gorilla is, that guy only eats fruit all day. So I think I'm going to stick to my vegan diet, Sam. I don't know what you're talking about. You know what? But for anybody who thinks that, I'm not going to discredit you. Maybe you're right. You know, send me a picture of yourself. If you are a silverback gorilla, then sure, I'm not going to dog on you for not getting your 250 grams of protein in per day. But guess what? You're human.
Humans are primates, so we should eat like them, right? Well, no. Every single animal has a unique digestive system.
Gay, faggot, retard. The guy literally doesn't lift, can barely do a fucking push-up, and he's full of shit. There you go. Thanks for the donation, Blank. I'm just sick of... It's just a waste of time. I don't care.
Struck me as odd.
Oh my god, it's just like the stupidest, most insane, nonsensical horseshit over and over and over again. It's like... It's like watching videos of flat earthers going like... If the earth was round, then how come people at the bottom don't fall off? And just seeing that over and over and over again, and being asked, can you debunk this again? Can you explain again for the 100th time to flat earthers that if you're at the bottom of the earth, you're not just gonna fall off? And then, like, these fucking douchebags who are like, oh, we're carnivores, we need to eat meat. They're all fucking beta males. They're tiny, skinny, weak fucking beta males who don't even fucking lift. I don't fucking care. Why is anybody taking them seriously in the first place? They're fucking little scrawny fucking cunts. Do you ever listen to, like, fucking midgets who don't even lift in real life? Then why are you doing it now? Like, why are they getting any attention? I don't fucking care.
A going concern business. The debtor fired nearly all its employees on the first day of the case. I was concerned that the debtor simply wanted to file bankruptcy somewhere else to try to get different rulings.
Okay, so that's a lot. Let's review. Dr. Phil and the Christian broadcasters at TBN agreed to launch a new network called Merit Street with an ownership split of 70-30. TBN agreed to fork over
I don't think I've ever tried Kava. I don't know what that is.
$500 million over 10 years for original programming by Dr. Phil and his pals, Steve Harvey and Nancy Grace. A year later, Dr. Phil persuaded TBN to give him an extra 40% of Merit Street because he could only raise cash from friends and family if he had full control of the business. Immediately after that, he kicked TBN off the board without telling them. The only money he brought in after promising to attract outside financing was $5 million from Jamie Ribman. He took no drastic measures to save the business and instead started negotiating with another media company to set up Envoy, a competing venture, and siphon off the content and employees from Merit Street. Then Dr. Phil took Merit Street into bankruptcy, putting his cronies in charge of Merit and Envoy simultaneously, while his buddy Jamie Ribman sat on the creditors committee, safe in the knowledge that he was going to get paid no matter what the court did. And then, when it was clear that Dr. Phil was going to have to turn over evidence that showed the bankruptcy was part of his plot to screw over TBN, he moved to dismiss the bankruptcy on the theory that it would be better for Merit Street's creditors.
It's like nailing Jell-O to the wall.
So no, Judge Everett said no way. Instead, Judge Everett decided to convert the case to Chapter 7 bankruptcy, which is liquidation. The creditors committee will be disbanded and replaced by a Chapter 7 trustee employed by the Justice Department, and that trustee will sell off whatever assets Merit Street has, presumably including its IP and content licensing agreements, with the proceeds split among the creditors. Dr. Phil has already appealed that decision and asked the court to hold off on putting Merit Street into Chapter 7 liquidation while his case is on review. And again, Judge Everett said, no, Merit Street is already a zombie of a company with virtually no employees, virtually no operations, and virtually nothing left to do other than sell a media library under Section 363 and pursue litigation. Under the unique facts of this case, dishonesty is a cause to remove the CRO, and Chapter 7 fits the bill much better than in continuing Chapter 11. Thus endeth the saga of Merit Street Media. It's all over now, but the litigation. That's forever, but do not cry for Dr. Phil. He's going to be just fine, and so is Envoy Media. In October, he announced a deal with Spectrum, one of the largest cable and broadband providers in the country. Dr. Phil will still have to deal with bankruptcy litigation, but pretty soon, he'll be back in America's living room doing what he does best, yelling at vulnerable people and raking in the dough.
Oh, what a jackass. Hopefully that doesn't go well for him.
No.
Now, after I started this channel, every week I'd get hundreds.
Fucking Dr. Phil is such a piece of shit. Literally can't stand that asshole. Alright. Some new Frank mess.
Another reason you never want to get plastic surgery in America, and we're really talking about Beverly Hills because that's the center for plastic surgery, and this is pretending that all of the lawyers aren't just going to jerk you around and steal your money. Let's pretend the lawyers are actually going to do their job. The highest amount of money you can be compensated for in a non-death case is $350,000, and if you die, it's $500,000. How insane is that? The only reason I'm able to sue for way more is because I have a business, and I'm basically saying, okay, if I ran my business for 30 more years and made $100 million, that's basically what I'm saying. Because I have a business and I'm no longer able to run the business, I'm going to lose hundreds of millions of dollars in my lifetime. I'm able to do that, but most people don't have a business.
That is not true.
And you're only able to get $500K. So if someone disfigures you and ruins your face the rest of your life, this is peanuts. It's disgusting. And this is the California state law, and they made it like that for a reason for these crooked surgeons. Another reason if you guys want to know what it's like being a targeted individual, being gang stalked by the elite, I basically spend most of the day lying in bed.
Okay, yeah, the schizophrenia is coming on pretty hard.
On pain medication because of the botched orbital surgery, and every second outside of that is usually spent on court filings and court papers because no lawyers will help me, and it's pretty ridiculous. My whole floor of my computer room here in my office is basically all of my legal filings, and even if you do things legitimate by the book, these judges don't play by the rules. They just throw out your cases, and out of the hundreds of thousands of dollars stolen from me by other businesses, probably millions at this point, all of my ideas that have been copied and the millions of dollars that have been caused to me in permanent medical damage, I have not been compensated 1 cent. Not 1 cent. So if you believe there's any legitimacy to the court system or the government in the United States, if you guys want to know what...
Yeah, still retarded.
Been a very difficult year here at Frankie's Strange Meat. I mean, obviously, despite my botched eye surgery and all the medical issues, we had the Chinese company scam us on the potato chip manufacturer equipment. That still hasn't been fixed. USDA still never approved us for SNAP EBT payments. We had the forwarding company let $20,000 worth of Japanese Wagyu rot in the shipping cargo container. Well, then I had another Chinese company scam me on top of that. Then we had the refrigeration failure in the summer, and the insurance company never paid me the $40,000 for the lost product. And it just never seems to end. But I did want to thank you guys for continuing to support the business. Kind of upset that we didn't really get to do too many new things this year, but you know, when so many other businesses want to take advantage of you, what can you do? At least we got pure sourdough in the bakery up and running.
Right. Nice and retarded.
As we speak. Oopsie! His first gym was just the first draft. Too soon.
How many of you have had a recurring fantasy where a tank top wearing hairy Russian...
Oh, I fixed it. And so apparently Mike is consistent in everything in his life. He always presents everything as the first draft. And so whether it's his PhD thesis, whether it's his home gym, it's never good enough. It's riddled with errors. Enrique! And so, of course, I write on the comments section.
Why the sound effects?
And I notice there isn't one like, one comment, not a thumbs down, nothing. And so we all know that Mike Israel is deleting comments. And Mepstagram, she tried to find my comment and said, did he delete your comment? I can
Wow, this guy's still getting hated like crazy.
see the comment, but you cannot. And so what happens is they're deleting comments, thousands of comments. And unfortunately, comments help the algorithm. And so when you write a comment on my video right now, for example, telling you, I know people, I am a good judge of character. And I'm telling you, if Mike actually went on camera and said, I made these mistakes, don't know why he can't just admit when he's wrong. I made, and so I stuff, it's gonna.
And painfully, deeply so. And spending money is like cutting my own fingernails off, like right off the bone or whatever.
How was the workout with Avar? Pretty terrible. I couldn't finish. I have to take about a week off training. I'm just in too much pain in general. So, yeah, I'm gonna do a deload for the next week.
Dr. Phil used to be the most successful psychologist on TV, getting millions of views a year, but all that has changed, and now a judge has ordered him to liquidate his media company after Dr. Phil was caught by the judge trying to scam investors out of millions they were owed in bankruptcy court. It really is quite a story to see such a one-time media star fall so far. The bankruptcy case involving Dr. Phil was filed earlier this year, but it only recently ended with the judge forcing Dr. Phil to liquidate his entire company after the scam was exposed. However, Dr. Phil denies the claim he was trying to scam anyone. This lawsuit all stems from his Dr. Phil show, which was on TV for over 20 years but ended in 2023. Dr. Phil and CBS Media decided to part ways, but Dr. Phil wanted to keep the show running, so in early 2024, he created a new cable network and streaming service known as Merit TV. Why Dr. Phil thought a new cable channel would work in 2024 when cable has been dying for decades and
Boomer. Dude, this guy is such a fucking boomer. It's crazy.
everyone watches streaming or YouTube, I'm not really sure, but the channel did have a decent lineup of content when it first launched. Dr. Phil would continue his famous show, now rebranded as Dr. Phil Prime Time. Steve Harvey became an equity holder in the company as well, and all of his episodes of Steve Harvey, as well as the later show Steve, would be aired on the new channel as well. Eventually, Nancy Grace joined the channel with a new true crime program, and even the Bachelor host Chris Harrison joined the network to start a new reality dating show. Dr. Phil even bought the rights.
Lol, didn't you just do a deload for like a whole month like 2 months ago? Then you took another week or 2 off training when you got sick? Can you just call it what it is at this point? It's not a deload, you're just lazy and not training.
I have no fucking idea what the hell you're talking about, dude. I think you're insane, but thanks for the donation, CDG.
Rights from CBS to the entire catalog of the 21 seasons of the Dr. Phil show, and finally, the network was able to get exclusive rights to all events hosted by the Professional Bull Riders Company. So initially, it looked like the new Merit TV had a pretty stacked lineup. All those stars and buying the rights to his former show was incredibly costly though, so Dr. Phil had to give majority ownership of Merit TV to another company, the Trinity Broadcasting Network. This meant Dr. Phil was a minority holder of the Merit brand with his production company known as Pt.2 Productions. The channel launched in April of 2024, and almost immediately the company started to fail. In August 2024, Merit TV laid off around 40 employees, which was about 30% of its workforce at the time. The network, only being a few months old, was only averaging about 27,000 primetime viewers, and by early 2025, they had dipped to only 17,000 primetime viewers on average. To put that into perspective, I'm a very mid-sized YouTuber, and every video I put out on this channel has gotten more views than that.
Uh-oh. I gotta poop. Oh shit, I gotta poop really bad. I'm gonna poop, get a coffee, and I'll be right back. All right. I'm back.
Dating all the way back to late 2022. With a production budget infinitely higher than mine, this channel was bleeding cash with how little viewership they were averaging on a daily basis. With Trinity Broadcasting Network investing over $100 million into the company and seeing almost no return on their money, this eventually led to Merit TV declaring bankruptcy in July of 2025 to try and restructure. Once things went into bankruptcy court, though, the judge uncovered some very sketchy practices from Dr. Phil and his partners. We'll talk more about that after a word from today's sponsor. If you're someone like me who has multiple different bank accounts as well as credit cards, it can be tough to keep track of it all. Fortunately, today's sponsor, Monarch Money, makes it a breeze. Monarch simplifies finances by bringing all your accounts together in one easy-to-use and as I said before, Merit TV declared bankruptcy in July 2025, but it's important to note that initially it was a Chapter 11 bankruptcy, which is known as restructuring bankruptcy. This is used by businesses to stay in operation while structuring its debts and financial affairs under court supervision. This provides a timeout, basically, from creditor actions such as collection attempts and foreclosures, while a repayment plan is developed with the help of a judge. At the same time Merit declared bankruptcy, it also filed a lawsuit against Trinity Broadcasting Network for breach of contract, claiming the broadcaster failed to provide clearly agreed upon national distribution and other significant foundational commitments, and abusing its power as a controlling shareholder to advance its own interests and those of its CEO Matthew Crouch, while causing Merit TV to assume responsibility of TBN's obligations under the joint venture agreement and to otherwise enrich itself at Merit TV's expense. Trinity Broadcasting Network countersued Merit, claiming that McGraw promised 160 new 90-minute Dr. Phil primetime episodes, but by June 2025, not a single one had aired. Despite a $68 million annual production budget and a plan to slash costs by 40% through Texas relocation, nothing materialized. Eventually, even the professional bull riders filed a claim against Merit TV for $181 million, claiming the company failed to pay right fees to show their events, which they had signed a 4-year deal to be exclusive with Merit TV. It's also important to note that with the company now in bankruptcy proceedings and in a lawsuit with their main financial backer, Trinity Broadcasting,
Some local shenanigans. Watch clip off stream.
Oh shit! No fucking way!
What in the fuck? Pretty sure that guy's dead. I don't know what the fuck was going on there though. Biker shoots another biker, then gets hit by a car. Car driver stayed and was not charged. Well, I guess that's what happens. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Were not able to afford to continue their new programming, and all new productions were stopped. Since July, the channel began to run nothing but reruns of The Dr. Phil Show and The Steve Harvey Show. During the bankruptcy filings, it became even more clear just how much of a money hole Merit TV really was in, owing invoices to major cable networks for carrying their network. They owed DirecTV $1.7 million, Dish Network $900,000, Mountain Broadcasting $1.35 million, and Oli Media $1.29 million. Across all creditors, liabilities and assets range between $100 million to $500 million. More than 200 parties were seeking repayment from Merit TV in the filings. Now this is where the story takes a strange twist, with the judge accusing Dr. Phil of trying to scam creditors out of being repaid. Just 2 weeks after Merit TV filed for bankruptcy, Dr. Phil formed a new company known as Envoy Media. The press release for Envoy Media stated that they would host live, balanced news, original entertainment programming, and immersive viewer experiences, including library programming and original shows from McGraw and his friend and Merit Street collaborator, Steve Harvey. It doesn't really make any sense why Dr. Phil formed this new company, since all the rights to his shows were owned by Merit, which was in the process of going through reorganization bankruptcy. So he wouldn't actually be able to use any of that content in his new Envoy company. The judge in the bankruptcy case agreed and said that I've never...
Just random vids, $92.
What's on the menu today? A wheelbarrow full of popcorn.
Oh, wow. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, you know, I should eat popcorn like these goats. You know, what am I doing? I'm gonna eat popcorn. If the goats are eating popcorn, then why am I not eating popcorn? Below you, every workout stream.
Lifted heavier, you'd burn more calories, I can spot you.
And if you spoke less, I'll burn fewer brain cells.
If you lift...
Yeah. Wrapped up filming.
Action.
So there's a new Evil Dead coming out? I really liked that last Evil Dead movie. Evil Dead Rise or whatever the fuck it was. Evil Dead Burn. Is that the new movie coming out? Oh, that's cool. I liked the last one. Thanks for the donation, just random vids.
Never seen a case like that of Merit Street Media, in which a bankrupt entity was controlled by a party, McGraw, that hired the former company's few remaining employees and launched a new firm, Envoy Media, that planned to acquire what was left of the debitor's assets. McGraw-Patisky Productions was the proposed debtor-in-possession lender in the Merit Street bankruptcy filing. McGraw had been named as the sole director of Merit. Mr. McGraw believes he was calling shots, Judge Everett said. This Chapter 11 case is an anomaly, and said that in his opinion, there never has been a pretense of a rehabilitation or a reorganization of Merit Street's business, which he said was dead as a doornail when it filed for bankruptcy. The judge eventually uncovered deleted text from Phil that stated he was trying to get rid of TBN, who at the time was the largest owner of Merit TV. He also apparently said he would execute a gangster move to make TBN a non-controlling shareholder in the company. Judge Everett went on to say that he found that McGraw had deleted an unflattering text message in which McGraw described his strategy to...
No, I've not tried Cheetos puff corn. Haven't heard of that.
wipe out TBN and PBR's claims via the Merit Street bankruptcy. McGraw evidently did this to avoid having it produced in the court proceedings, Everett said, in violation of the judge's orders. Now, this bankruptcy case was just surrounding the assets involved with Merit TV, but I have to say, if the judge found out that Phil intentionally deleted text so that he wouldn't have to produce it in court, so that his case looks better, shouldn't there be some sort of criminal charges against Dr. Phil at this point? This seems like a horrible violation that was found by the judge that would put anyone in very serious legal hot water. After the judge uncovered Dr. Phil's gangster move, and it was clear Merit TV was a dead company that couldn't be reorganized, the judge converted the bankruptcy to a Chapter 7 bankruptcy, known as a liquidation bankruptcy. What this means is that the assets of the company will now be sold off piece by piece to try and recoup some amount of money for the investors
are you
who lost
serious?
money
Get
on
out.
Merit TV.
No, get out.
Dr. Phil is trying to prevent the liquidation from occurring with appeals, but after his attempt to try and scam investors with his gangster move, I don't think it's going to happen. Ultimately, all the assets of the company will be sold off, and who knows where the rights of the Dr. Phil show will end up.
Fuck's sakes.
Let me know below what you think of this case, and if you think Dr. Phil should face any kind of punishment for trying to hide evidence from the courts during the case.
So there is a lot of fake history out there, and sometimes it is hard to tell what's fake and what's not. Even I have been taken in on occasion because if the myth is old enough, it often just becomes established truth. And perhaps no figure in history has been the subject of more fake facts than Leonardo da Vinci, especially when it comes to food. And so today I'm going to expose some of those untruths, as well as tell you some true truths. And to accompany it, I'll be making armored turnips from 15th century Italy. So thank you to Wondrium for sponsoring this video as we make armored turnips for Leonardo, this time on Tasting History. So while some facts have absolutely no evidence to support them, and others have plenty of evidence to support them, most actually kind of fit in the middle, like the fact that Leonardo was maybe a vegetarian. Now, what is definitely known is that the Renaissance man was an avid gourmand and even owned a cookbook, De honesta voluptate et valetudine, or On Honorable Pleasure and Health by Bartolomeo Sacchi, better known as Platina. And Platina just so happens to have a number of vegetarian recipes like this one for rapum armatum, armored turnips. Cut up boiled or ash-roasted turnips. Do the same with rich cheese, not too ripe, but make the cheese pieces thinner than the turnip.
What are you doing?
In a pan,
You're not
greased
going to
with
get the
butter
food
or
out of
other
my
fat,
mouth.
Make a layer of cheese first, then one of turnips. Repeat, pouring in spice and butter from time to time. It should be quickly cooked and quickly eaten. So I feel like these turnips are kind of like an early version of one of my favorite dishes, potatoes au gratin, so I'm really excited to try them. I'm also really excited by the name armored turnips, and Platina says that they are considered armored turnips as they have been rolled in cheese, covered as it were with a breastplate and cuirass, as if their descent into the lower regions would not seem safe without arms. And he says that while delicious, they can also be ruinous, I assume, to your lower regions. So, fair warning. And besides Platina's wonderful little asides on this and other recipes, what makes this cookbook stand out
Oh my
historically
God, why?
is that it is the first printed
Do you know how,
cookbook. And I will insert a shameless plug for my printed cookbook now available for pre-order. And while
trying to
Platina's
crawl in
book
my
is
mouth
mostly
now.
a compilation of other people's recipes that went before him, the fact that it was printed allowed it to spread far and wide rather quickly, and so it became the most influential Italian cookbook until Bartolomeo Scapi nearly 100 years later. And I first learned about Platina and Scapi when I watched a course on Wondrium, who just happens to be today's sponsor. It's called Cooking Across the Ages, and it features none other than friend of the show, Ken Albala. I actually watched this well before I ever met Ken, and his work is one of the things that got me into food history. So getting to watch him cook and this recipe for armored turnips is. So what you'll need is 1.5 pounds or 700 grams of turnips, 3/4 pound or 340 grams of cheese. What cheese you use is really up to you. You want something that is flavorful but not too strong, like a blue cheese is not right for this. I'm using Fontina and Taleggio because both would have been available in Italy at the time, but so would have Parmesan and mozzarella and a whole host of other cheeses, so use what you want. Heck, if you want cheddar, go ahead. 1 stick or 110 grams of melted salted butter, and then a mixture of spices, often referred to as powder douce or sweet powder. And each chef would have had their own proprietary blend, so you can use as much or as little of each spice as you want, and really you can choose the spices. But common spices for it were sugar, long pepper, nutmeg, cinnamon, and ginger. So that's what I'm going to mix together for my spices. Now first, make sure your turnips are washed and peeled. I did not have the heart to peel this one that I found because, well, it kind of makes me giggle. Then you have to either roast or boil the turnips. I'm going to boil them, and since they are rather large, I'm going to cut them in half. Then I'm boiling them for about 15 minutes. What's important is that whether you're roasting or boiling, you don't want to overcook them. They're gonna get cooked more in a little bit, and if they get overdone, then they're gonna be hard to slice. They'll just kind of mush. Then you're going to take them out of the water and let them cool, and then you're going to slice them. Now, Platina is not specific on how thin or thick he wants these sliced, but the person who he actually took the recipe from, Maestro Martino, is. He says that they should be cut as thin as the spine of a knife, and the cheese should be cut even thinner. Now, not all knives are the same width, but you get the idea. Once everything is sliced, pour a bit of the melted butter into a small casserole dish and coat the bottom and the sides. Then place a layer of cheese on the bottom and cover that with a layer of sliced turnip. Then sprinkle a good large pinch of the spice mixture over the top and pour on more melted butter over that. Continue with another layer of cheese, another of turnips, spice, then butter until the dish is full, and finish it off with the cheese on top. Then set it in the oven at 400 degrees Fahrenheit or 205 Celsius and let it bake for 12 to 15 minutes or until the cheese is fully melted and starting to bubble around the sides.
Dude, really?
Now, like I said, making this recipe is really easy.
Butter and cheese.
What was not really easy to make was this episode, and I'm about to tell you why. So when I'm researching an episode, one question that I'm always asking is, what is the source? Because with the internet, there are a lot of questionable. I've seen it many times before, and I was getting the deal. Let your wine be mixed with water. Take little at a time, not between meals, nor on an empty stomach. Neither delay nor prolong your visit to the toilet. So clearly that was a problem even before magazines and cell phones.
Oh my God.
Now, as an architect, Da Vinci had some very strong opinions on how the layout of a kitchen and the cupboards and dining rooms should be. And in 1482, after joining the court of Ludovico Sforza, he was given the chance to put his ideas into practice when he oversaw the remodel of Sforza's castle. The large room for the retainers should be away from the kitchen, so the master of the house may not hear their clatter. And let the kitchen be convenient for washing the pewter, so it may not be seen carried through the house. The larder, wood store, kitchen, chicken coop, and servants' hall should be adjoining for convenience. Food from the kitchen may be served through wide, low windows or on tables that turn on swivels. Now, in addition to architect, Da Vinci is a well-known inventor, even if some of the most famous things like his flying machines never actually made it off the paper. And while much of his focus was on machines of war, he did dabble in kitchen gadgets. Now today you'll see Leonardo credited with the invention of the napkin, spaghetti itself, and a nutcracker powered by 3.
Did Leonardo da Vinci actually invent spaghetti? No way. AI overview. No, Leonardo da Vinci did not invent spaghetti. While the myth exists, it is false. Pasta has ancient origins. Long, thin spaghetti we know today likely developed in Italy much later, although the exact timeline is debated. So Da Vinci courted ideas for kitchen inventions, including a pasta making machine, but he was never able to perfect it for industrial use. So he might have had the idea for spaghetti. I don't even know what this fucking cat's doing. He's just trying to eat me now.
3 horses. None of that is true. Nor did he ever invent a kitchen gadget that was so dangerous to humans that he suggested it be run by bees.
Bees?
Bees. I mean, I'd say you can't make this stuff up, but that's exactly what it was. It was all made up. But he did invent several kitchen appliances which I think were rather ingenious, including a spit for roasting meat that didn't require somebody to actually be...
Why? What is the point? Cats are insane. They're just fucking insane.
turning it the entire time.
Boring gay. See, I'm being you. Annoying. No wonder you have sub 100 views, Lamau. Nobody wants to listen to you being boring as shit and acting like a nigger. Gay ye boring. Go fuck yourself and end the stream.
Thanks for the donation, jackass.
There were actually two versions. One, you would wind it up and then it would go like a wind-up car and it would go on its own. But the other, which is truly amazing, was powered by the heat that was coming up from the fireplace. And it would turn the meat on its own with nobody doing anything. Now, when it comes to actual food, his writings are a little bit more enigmatic. He did keep details of what foods were in his storehouses, but you don't really learn anything out of the ordinary, because all of the ingredients are things everyone would have, like grains, nuts, legumes, honey, fruits, vegetables, and meat, as well as large stores of wine, something he enjoyed immensely. The discovery of a good wine is...
Holy fuck, dude. Are you serious?
Increasingly better for mankind than the discovery of a new star. Hi, Max here from about a week after I filmed this video, filming another one right now. So this is irony at its best. It turns out that that quote by Da Vinci might not actually be by Da Vinci. Quotes often get misattributed, and I think that this might be one of them. I saw it in a lot of different places and just assumed it was right, and so I put it in, but I didn't go and try to find where it was actually from. Turns out I can't find where it's actually from. That doesn't mean it's not out there. But while I was researching the next video, I came across a quote by the French gourmand Briot Savarin that said, "The discovery of a new dish does more for the happiness of the human race than the discovery of a star." That's pretty darn close, and I actually do know where he wrote that. So maybe he was, you know, paraphrasing Da Vinci, but I kind of think that it was it was kind of just misattributed, and I was going to cut it out.
React to this VG. Sadly, the Young Turks haven't changed.
Right.
3309.
Jason, just so you know, Alex barely lifted. Are you talking about strap on? He barely deadlifted 500 recent video with vegan gains and got 315 for a double. On what lift? Wait, did he only bench 315 for a double? Bro, this kid better. Oh man, can someone get me a link to that and send it to me on Facebook? Joe, can you guys link it to me somewhere? Wow. Multiple times. I've done it 2 different days.
What a dork. Thanks, Dodo.
We are concerned because Jewish New Yorkers are alarmed. And what I can tell you is I look right at the camera. If you are a Jewish New Yorker, we have your back. We launched the Mamdani Monitor this morning. We are simply going to track, again, not what he says in a single speech, but what he does. We will hold Mamdani, Mayor-elect Mamdani, accountable.
Jonathan Greenblatt there, Anti-Defamation League. They've launched what they call a Mamdani monitor to make sure the mayor-elect doesn't do anything or appoint anyone that they deem anti-Semitic. More on the monitor in a second. And
Okay, well, they're gay and retarded. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Usually I would have, but I thought that in this video specifically, I think it would be important to leave it in to show you that everyone makes mistakes. The important thing is that once you realize the mistake, that you just don't make it again. Okay, back to the video. Now, his love of wine, which he usually drank watered and sometimes with a bit of honey, likely inspired a gift from his patron in 1497. It was a plot of land outside of the walls of Milan that featured a vineyard, and for the rest of his life, Da Vinci referred to it as his garden. Now, perhaps most famously, when it comes to Leonardo's food preferences, is the idea that he was a vegetarian, at least for a portion of his life. But even that, it's in question. So much so that very few of his biographers ever even mention the fact, and you'd think that a 15th century Italian vegetarian would be worth mentioning. Though one of Da Vinci's contemporaries does mention his unconventional eating habits when discussing the Gujarati people of India. He says that they are so gentle that they do not feed on anything that has blood, nor will they allow anyone to hurt any living thing. Like our Leonardo da Vinci, they live on rice, milk, and other inanimate foods. And Da Vinci did have strong feelings on the treatment of animals. He was definitely an animal lover. But some of his writings that are often used as evidence are hard to really use because in one, it's a list of, we shouldn't treat animals like this because, we do this to the calf and all of these different things. He even goes on about taking honey from bees. But in the same list, he says that many offspring shall be snatched by cruel thrashing from the very arms of their mothers and flung on the ground and crushed. But he's not talking about any animal. He's talking about olives, so kind of muddies the waters, Leonardo, as does the fact.
My God, the Young Turks have now gone full-blown Nazi. Shame on them for calling it free speech.
Very few people actually believe in free speech principles. They just invoke the term when they want to have some out or way of justifying, some stupid shit they're saying. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
The fact that he had plenty of meat in his pantries, but that could have been to feed other people in the household. We don't know, so it's really hard to come to any conclusion. Personally, I do think that Leonardo leaned toward vegetarianism, at least for a portion of his life. And in one of his writings, he's kind of chastising people around him when he says, "Now does nature not produce enough simple food for you to satisfy yourself? And if you are not content with such, can you not by the mixture of them make infinite compounds, as Platina describes and other writers on food?" While what he means by simple foods is up for debate, the fact that he mentions Platina would make sense because Platina spends quite a bit of his book talking about the virtues of different fruits and vegetables, and actually has a number of vegetarian recipes like today's for armored turnips. So once the cheese is melted and bubbling around the sides, take the dish out of the oven and serve it right away. And here we are, armored turnips from 15th century Italy. Smells wonderfully cheesy, and you can kind of smell those spices.
I love how motherfuckers can't just eat vegetables. Like, let's put a fuck ton of butter and cheese on this shit. Like, it's not really a vegetable recipe anymore. You're just eating fucking fat. Fucking retarded. Oh, so very retarded.
Is US free speech principles or Canadian free speech principles better?
They're roughly the same. The only exception in Canada is there's more clear laws with regards to hate speech, so you can't like deny the Holocaust. So far, I haven't really seen any issues relating to free speech in Canada. I've certainly seen that in the UK, but the way hate speech laws are written here, they're not vague. It's not like you can misinterpret them. So,
hey,
you know, it's roughly the same, but Canada, there's just some more explicit hate speech laws, particularly when it comes to Holocaust denial. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
hey guys, welcome or welcome back. If you're new here, my name is Hannah. I'm an IFBB Pro bodybuilder, and on this channel, we talk about all things bodybuilding, PEDs, and without filters. So if you're interested in that, stick around. I know this is not my typical type of video, but I wanted to address it because I think I have a unique perspective, seeing as I have taken male hormones for strength, and because in my first video I said that I'm not trans, but that there was nothing wrong with being trans. And a lot of people either got extremely offended by that or they wanted me to elaborate on it. So here I am elaborating on it. I'm sure you guys are familiar with the controversy around trans athletes competing in women's sports. And recently this topic is trending again. And I just wanted to share my personal experience as someone who is born female, competes as female, but has taken male hormones for strength. And when I say male hormones, I don't just mean some TRT. I mean levels that have put me well into the male range. If you've seen my other videos, you probably know. And if you've seen some of my other videos, you probably already know this. But I did it for bodybuilding. I did it to put on as much size and strength as I could. I experienced obviously the voice change, but also the strength gains and the muscle gains. And even with all of that, I still could never match the structural advantages that come from going through male puberty. I'm talking about things that I could never change, no matter how many hormones I took. Bone structure, tendon thickness, muscle fiber distribution, leverage, and even lung capacity. Those are not things that can be reduced with medication. Those are fundamental. So from my perspective, as a woman who has taken male hormones, I personally do not believe that it's fair for someone who went through male puberty to compete in women's divisions. A funny story back when I was personal training is I had a male client come in who had never lifted a weight in his life. And within a year, he was deadlifting my max for reps. In my experience of over a decade in the gym, and most of that being on steroids, most women athletes simply will never surpass or even match the strength of a male athlete. Now, of course, there's outliers and nuance. I could probably easily outbench a professional male jockey, but I will probably never outbench a professional male bodybuilder, no matter how many steroids I take. As much as that pains me to say. I'm just kidding. I don't have an ego about how much I can lift, but I do have healthy competition with Jake. And that definitely does not mean that I don't think trans people should be allowed to compete. It simply means that I value fairness, and fairness to the female athletes who have trained as females and in female physiology their entire lives. I want all athletes to be able to compete, including trans athletes. I think anybody who's passionate about athletics should be allowed to compete. I just think the solution should be fair for everybody. Women's sports exist because biologically, we are at a disadvantage compared to men in strength, power, and speed. That's just a reality. And as someone who has pushed my body to the extreme, I can tell you, androgens are powerful. And if I and people like me, even with the help of steroids, couldn't close that natural gap, then asking a lifetime natural female athlete to compete against someone.
Well, this is over the strongman thing. They were not natural.
In an age of flexing.
Oh yeah, the Jesse James West video. Fuck me.
These are the world.
Well, that's fine and good. The only problem with hate speech laws is facts that are true might end up being lost forever just because some dumb politician finds said fact offensive, even if it's true, like in the UK or even Australia.
Yeah. Something can't be considered hate speech if it's factually true. So, that's often used as a defense here. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Appreciate it.
Strongest ex-convicts, and they'll be facing off against the strongest police officers.
Let's see. That guy's on steroids. That guy's on steroids. He might be natural. He might be natural. He's probably natural. They're all on steroids, except maybe this guy. Maybe.
And they'll be facing off against the strongest police officers in 5 competitions, all to find out who is stronger.
Oh, man. What's up, man? What? You ready? You ready? Hold up, back up.
First event, we've got 1 rep max on the bench press,
where each team will be sending up one
Well, the convicts are going to win because they're on steroids.
person to see who can bench the most weight.
Team X convict, who you sending up? Gage, get up here, bro. Shake hands, shake hands. We got Gage versus Cody, all right? Gage, how much do you weigh?
312.
312.
That's it?
Good day. 312 today, man. On a good day, we like 230.
Come on, that's moving fast. Come on, 225.
225.
Do it for the police.
Officer Chicken. Officer Chicken.
Easy. The ex-convicts use clips?
Yeah, we use clips, man. That's what we got bagged with.
Oh! And with only 1 set of warm-ups, we were already at 315.
Oh, easy.
Very aggressive, officer. That's how we gotta be.
I like how all the ex-convicts are like black dudes or ethnic in some way, like not one white dude.
However, that was probably also the reason for this happening.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Damn. Them clips ain't right. Them clips ain't right.
Almost hit my foot. Guys, this is chaos. This is pure chaos. But that wasn't going to stop Gage from trying again, and this time, he was going to show off the way he wanted to.
Come on, Gage. Oh, easy. Oh, what are you doing? Are you going to drop it?
Don't touch it. Don't touch it. Easy work.
4. Guys, we're good. I know Mount. Come on now. Drive. Oh. Come on.
What up, man? Come on.
Yeah, I told you that this guy is clearly on steroids. This cop.
Come on, man. Out of here. Talking that shit. Look how long it take him, man. Count for me. Count for me.
1, 2,
Yeah.
3,
Yeah.
4,
Yeah.
5, 6.
Yeah. You going to sleep? Chip.
He's got a pulse. He's got a pulse. He's alive.
Easy work.
More weight. Strong. Up. Drive. There we go. Oh, he's still going. Stay strong. Drive. All you. That was close.
He fatigued. Look, he probably got a breath. You know what I mean? We get certain cops some respect. You know what I'm saying? That put up some weights. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you gonna earn our respect a little bit, not too much, but you know.
Just enough.
Where he at?
He's over here.
Oh, you right there? All right.
455 pounds on the bar. Am I allowed to hit you because you're a cop?
Yeah, go ahead. That's all you got?
You want it, bro? Come on! Lightweight! Do it for Ronnie Coleman! Ronnie Coleman was a cop! Hit it! Drive! No lift! Listen, don't get discouraged. The next events, I got you guys. Don't worry, the next one's you got.
On behalf of all the convicts all over the world that came home and changed their life and still lifting weights, We're gonna do this for you, all right? We're gonna go 5 plates, man.
Let's go!
Don't end this, man. Don't end this, man. But you know you part of us, though.
That's right.
You bailed out.
Dude, I got bailed out.
You got bailed out.
I'm an ex-convict at heart.
More than 4 hours, you locked up.
1.
Easy money.
2.
Easy money with the...
Yes, I do think there should constantly be a law in every country that something can't be hate speech if it's factly true regardless of how it is offensive.
Yeah, that's the case in Canada. That's how we deal with that here. Which I think is perfectly sensible. Oh. Oh, man. I need yeah, I really need a week off training, and I just need a nice reset. Bro, I'm so whacked. So fucking whacked. You don't even realize. I think I'm definitely gonna get popcorn. I might even get some donuts or something, you know, like, why not? Why not get donuts? Yeah, I haven't had a deload in quite a while. I think I've gone like 10, 12 weeks without a deload, so I've just been straight up training. Yeah, might just have some fun.
Which is sadly something the UK and Australia don't seem to understand.
I'm sure they understand it, they just don't care. They're just way too cucked and retarded. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Oh. Oh. Yeah, I'm already taking TB500 and BPC.
The feet up, 500.
3. I think the ex-convicts win this one.
You come to us, our world, we're gonna split you into 10 pieces.
Next event, 1-0 ex-convicts. Event number 2, we've got the punching bag machine.
Every person is gonna go from lightest to heaviest.
Whoever scores the highest wins it for their team. First up, we got the police. Let's go. Send her home. Whoa. What do we got? Okay, 500, 519. 519, that's the highest score for you right now.
Stop resisting.
That was embarrassing. 495. 519's in the lead. Let's go, Trey. Come on now. Come on, Trey. Come on, get into it. There you go. He almost hit me. Hey. That's in the 5s. 520. 520. New lead. Come on. Damn. Oh. That's it?
You took out the big homie.
What? 455.
Ain't no
Sorry, bro.
way,
Get
man.
walking. Get walking. What's your motivation right here? Who is this? This guy's just
the bag.
Yeah, free donuts, bro.
Nah, I don't do donuts.
You don't do donuts?
Nope.
All right, my bad.
I know I don't look like it.
I almost got wrecked. He whiffed. 80.
The beat is.
Send her home.
Get off my
Oh, man.
cell, yo. Get off my goddamn cell, man.
No! No! Ah!
They took our...
Just like he's ever, it's not quite. Oh, you want to hug? Next event, let's head outside. A race. Let's go! Here's what's gonna happen. What happens when you drop it in, Dio?
Something bad happened. Something bad happened. You ain't want to do that.
You're gonna go to your first teammate, tag them. They got 50 push-ups. Go to the next teammate. You're gonna run with the...
I don't know if I'll bother getting a punching bag. It's there's not a great amount of space down here for one thing. If I were to get one, I'd probably put it somewhere else, like maybe upstairs. or in the backyard or something. It'd also probably be really fucking loud and just shake the whole house, so I don't know if it'd really be a good idea.
Barbell, get to your next teammate, and then you got a foot race to catch the escaped inmate. That's me, baby! With the pink handcuffs!
Hopefully they catch you, man.
These are yours, right? You let me go! Go!
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. 1, 2, 3.
My handcuffs going, but it's a good thing I've been than ever. Macro
40.
best because automatically you're already on the last leg of the relay.
You're never gonna get me!
And apparently these cops were super fast.
Too easy.
And so were the prisoners.
Oh. I already got one. I thought you put
With Officer Trey's push-ups earlier on in the race.
the position. Let's go. Just power. Oh, easy.
Let's go, Brody.
Easy.
Let's go.
Is there any like prison slang that I can learn?
Well, I mean, listen, I could teach it, but it's gonna have to be off camera, not in front of the police.
Okay, not in front of them. Yo, let's get him up. 4 plates. Get it up. Get it up. Easy. Let's go.
Come on, let's go.
4
Y'all
plates.
talk.
4 plates.
Look like he shrugged it.
Half push-ups count, so half deadlifts count too.
I'm running back. 495 on the bar.
Show him what a real deadlift is.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, locked out. Locked out.
What the? What you going for?
Next time. All right, we need a quarter.
Just stay.
Oh. 545 pounds on the bar. Let's go. Get up. Up. Oh.
Get him up.
Yo, he's happy.
What you talking about?
This event, neither of these two groups of men could accept the result.
Yo, run it back. Nobody wants.
Yeah, the prisoners are obviously gonna win all the weightlifting events because they're on steroids.
Want to run the push.
There's only like one cop on their team that's on steroids.
All right, listen.
Step in.
Push. Guys, there.
How we doing tonight, VG? Feeling better after all the technical difficulties during the workout? Also, I mentioned about you taking the GLP Rita. I'm about to be starting semaglutide. Just wanted to try something a bit light. Also, any other peptides you take?
Semaglutide is considered a little more harsh when it comes to digestive side effects and how hard it can crush your appetite. So I don't know what you mean by starting off light. No, I'm not feeling great right now. Still kind of annoyed, but I might just get some cookies or donuts or something tomorrow. Thinking of just having a really good relax. Haven't had any junk food in so long, so might just go off the diet, you know. But yeah, I've only done Retta. Thanks for the donation, Andrew. Appreciate it. Kenny donated $2, currently eating a whole cucumber. Fuck yeah, bud. Oh my god. Oh, he has been chosen. Oh my goodness. The kitty has chosen him. Wow. That's nice. Oh my goodness. Kitties are so special. Thanks for the donation, Kenny.
They're literally arguing, I'm not kidding. Get over here, boys, or I'll tell your mothers. I'll show you boys how to do a push-up like a man. All the way. 1.
Hey, Trey, are you watching this?
2.
Oh, like that? Yeah. Okay, all right.
3.
Okay.
So he just admitted it. That one was wrong.
I didn't do no push-up.
That's what he said. He said he ain't did that. He said he ain't did that at the competition.
No more yapping. No more yapping, Trey.
Any one of y'all. Any one of y'all. You pick anybody. You pick anybody. I go.
Who actually wants it? Let's go. You go on my command, full motion, get your chest right to the ground, up, okay? Down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up. Wait till I say up. Down. Hold it.
From what I've heard, semaglutide seems to cause more nausea, and a lot of people anecdotally report that it crushes their appetite a bit more. And with Retta and tirzepatide, it's the dosing required for appetite suppression seems to be pretty inconsistent between people. Some people need very little, some people need a lot more. And I know there's a lot of people who report having like diarrhea or something on it. I've never had diarrhea. Taking Greta.
Oh yeah, you guys are good. Come on, let's push. Up, down,
Come on, he's struggling.
down, up,
He's struggling,
down,
man.
up, down.
Go, Trey, you got him, man.
Come on,
You
down,
got him, Trey.
up,
You got him, Trey. He's struggling,
down.
man. He's struggling, man.
Hold it.
You got him.
Hold it.
You got him.
Up,
Come on.
down,
Come on, Convict.
up,
Come on.
up, down, up.
When you did earlier, you know you ain't did that.
I don't know. You see this? 3v3, 5v5. First guy's up.
Walk in the park.
We got to get the jumpsuit past the plates, okay? 2, 1, go! 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 Go!
Wow, come on, let's go!
Go! Go!
Come on, use some legs, drop some legs back.
Come on, cuz, come on.
Oh my God!
Hold on!
Oh!
What's up? Let's go! Come on!
Oh my god. What a retard.
Man, I failed. That's big count, man.
There's 2 more rounds.
Hey, man, you got to be low about
Pull! Pull! Come on, guys! Come on!
Get squat. Get low. Get low.
Come on! Come on, pull!
You got him, Tip.
Pull!
Come on, pull.
Little bit! Come on!
Come on, we got him. We got him.
Win! Ex-convicts win that one. We got one.
Well, no shit, they're on steroids. This video is stupid. They should have just titled this Black Dudes on Steroids versus Cops. Obviously, the black dudes on steroids are gonna win. Just fucking dumb, dude.
Monogamy. Digital decadence and luxury poverty, it feels like everyone is a fraud now. Everyone is faking things for social media.
And while we're on the subject on no free speech, don't even get me started on Sweden.
Yeah, Sweden's just fucking gay. Gay as hell. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Curious why you dislike Jesse with James West so much. He's a grifting, clout-chasing, immoral, lying piece of shit. This fucker, like, promoted the Liver King. So yeah, fuck Jesse James West. He's a piece of shit.
Cloud because nobody has any real human connection anymore. Frauds on social media are dime a dozen nowadays, but it's easy to forget that this is a very recent phenomenon. 10 years ago, there was only one fraud to rule them all. Dan Bilzerian, the self-proclaimed king of Instagram. Dan amassed over 30 million followers, was hanging out with the president, and getting on some of the most famous talk shows in the entire world. Back in the mid-2010s, he seemed untouchable. But things haven't been great recently. He has since been sued for...
The water retention's a lot better. The hydrochlorothiazide I'm on is working.
throwing an adult star off of a roof and sending her to the hospital, tanked his own business because he used most of the money to buy things for himself, including but not limited to a $60,000 Star Wars gun set, has fallen so far into irrelevance that he's resulted to spouting 1940s German talking points to stay relevant, is currently suing his own father, and what if I told you all of this failure got exposed because Dan fired a guy who just wanted his business to succeed? I'm not kidding. A man who claimed he had become a millionaire through suspicious means. Behind the veil of yachts, guns, and supermodels is a man who has lied about his entire life story, has failed at basically every business he started, and is now desperately clinging on to relevance. But we can't talk about the fall without talking about the ascent. In 2014, Dan Bilzerian was what every 15-year-old kid thought was cool. I mean, as a mid-puberty teenage boy, how could you not think that? He hung out on yachts, private jets, smoked cigars, shot guns, and was constantly surrounded by girls. At 15 years old, I would look at a photo like this and say,
I had my CRP tested a couple months ago. I haven't got it tested again yet, but I have no idea if it's a little elevated. I've been taking antioxidant supplements, and I eat a high antioxidant diet as it is. Plus, I do take EPA, DHA, and all that other shit.
wow, that's so cool. How do I get that? Now, a decade later, I look at this and I see Dan as I did my 15-year-old self, because this is exactly what a 15-year-old thinks is awesome. As an adult, I see it as pathetic. But this is what the core of Dan is. He's a multimillionaire with the brain of a prepubescent boy, but somehow the bank account of a Wall Street CEO? So the natural question is, what did this guy do to accumulate so much wealth? When answering this question, Dan has been very vague, but he claimed he was a very skilled poker player, even allegedly winning $50 million on a high-stakes game of poker. So how are his poker skills? Well, according to experts, not nearly good enough to be worth hundreds of millions of dollars. The only record he has of playing professionally is finishing 180th place in 2008. Only the top poker players in the world have net winnings in the
so not very good.
Tens of millions. Now, there is a chance Dan won these in private games, which just so happens to be impossible to prove or disprove. But I will say, it is easy to win a lot of money in poker if you have a lot of money to begin with, have a little bit of skill, and play with rich celebrities. But we still haven't gotten to the question, where did this money come from? This is where Dan's father, Paul Bilzerian, comes into play. Paul was a businessman in the 80s specializing in corporate takeovers. His method was buying shares in undervalued companies and greenmailing them into buying back his shares after announcing he was going to take over, thus overvaluing the company. Blah, blah, blah. It's financial stuff. Who cares? Long story short, Paul Bilzerian has been arrested for basically every financial crime you can think of. But before he got put away, he had an idea of where to put his dirty cash. You see, if Dan and his brother received the money, it would be protected from government seizure. So Paul put his money in a trust fund for his kids to protect it. AKA, Dan is a trust fund baby. It was estimated that his trust fund was worth about 96 million USD at one point, although that number could be slightly off due to legal issues and asset claims. But even if it's half of that, that is a stupid amount of money. The claim that Dan made all his money playing poker is horseshit.
That is one big pile of shit.
I don't doubt he made some money from playing poker, but there's
What's bizarre is that's literally winning the lottery, and this dumb fuck can manage to find a way to go broke and shit.
no way he'd be able to afford this lifestyle. But, it sounds a lot cooler to be like, I made my fortune playing poker, then my dad gave it to me. He'd later admit that he did in fact have a trust fund, but he gave it all back. Weird that there's zero credible evidence of that claim. Assuming he had access to the trust fund when he turned 30, which is what has been alleged, it actually checks out perfectly that Dan blew up on Instagram when he did, because that's when his lifestyle seemingly became impossibly lavish. He then took said lavish lifestyle to the world of social media, specifically Instagram, which is what took him from a random rich dude to internet celebrity. Dan would make some wild Instagram posts that even by today's standards would make you say, huh? shooting guns, partying, and most importantly, hanging out with supermodels. This is what made his brand, the spectacle of it all.
They're not supermodels. They're chicks on fucking Model Mayhem that want to be supermodels.
It was what every teenage boy thought was cool. It was also before we had these super sleuths on the internet who could figure out if it was all fake. So it appeared to most people that this lifestyle was real. He amassed tens of millions of Instagram followers, was making appearances on Joe Rogan and fucking Larry King. And this wasn't because he was charismatic or funny. He was just the party guy who hung out on yachts and constantly had supermodels around him. Dan had some minor bad publicity calling him materialist or sexist, but it was very minor and basically nobody cared. His life seemed to be perfect, apart from one loud thing knocking at the door. You see, Dan said his idol was Hugh Hefner, who built his entire business by himself. Unfortunately for Dan, he would never be like his idol Hugh Hefner because he wasn't self-made. This was clearly a point Dan was insecure about because in every interview he gave, he would lie about where he got his money or just be very vague. It's hard to be self-made when your father's worth hundreds of millions of dollars and gave you basically every financial advantage possible in life. What would be more?
And let's not forget he is also a huge anti-Semite prick.
Yeah, he's literally a Nazi. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Impressive is if he got all this and somehow failed. At this point, without a doubt, the biggest criticism coming at Dan was that he was a trust fund baby, which, I mean, he was, but that didn't mean he had to accept this moniker. To combat this, Dan decided to create his own company. Now, what kind of company is fit for the king of Instagram? Watches, fancy alcohol, luxury clothes? Well, no. He picked the most lame and embarrassing industry possible, marijuana, calling it Ignite, which would go on to be the main cause of Dan's catastrophic downfall. Ignite had everything: flashy branding, supermodels showing it off. It even had celebrity endorsements. Well, fake celebrity endorsements. His social media team photoshopped Cardi B here to make it look like she was promoting Ignite. Hilarious.
Jeez.
And also made her ass bigger. But there was one small thing missing with this: the actual product. You see, Ignite was supposed to be weed, but cool, like party weed. Problem is, weed isn't what Dan's audience thinks is cool, who I assume would be the target demographic. For this fast lane party life, something like alcohol would be seemingly more on brand. These are not weed smokers. These are people who drink and use the restroom too long with their friends because they have allergies. Ignite also sold CBD and vapes. With CBD, it's not a party thing, it's used to relax, and vapes, why buy an Ignite vape online when there are like a bajillion vape shops everywhere in any major city? Also, vaping is extremely uncool and lame. None of these business decisions would end up crossing Dan's mind, however, as he launched Ignite on the Canadian Stock Exchange in 2019. It went live at $2.50 per share. Now, before we get into this, keep in mind, at this point in Dan's life, apart from some small controversies, he was on top of the world. His brand was bigger than ever, so it seemed Ignite was destined to succeed. But as we've seen with Prime, hype is only
Here's some dope and mean to make you feel better.
Oh. Oh my god. So sentient. You can see the sentience right there. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. How is this possible? What is this sack? Oh my god. Oh. There's his little hand. It's funny how he likes sticking that one arm out when he's laying in that sack.
You are so cute.
Oh my goodness. Look at those eyes. So sentient. So handsome. Thanks for the donation, Leland, though.
Honestly, people like him don't deserve to be rich. He deserves to be homeless and starving to death in the street.
You got that right. And hopefully I can win the lottery, what is it, tomorrow night? And then I don't have to, you know, spend money on toilet paper ever again. I can just shit myself. Never wipe, stink. It doesn't matter because I'll be a millionaire and I don't care what anybody thinks of my stinky poop butt.
After which vultures can pick his eyes out of his worthless corpse for all I care.
Vultures, crows, seagulls, ants. Just about any animal. As long as it eats his eyes, I'm good with it. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. 21st century teller is true. You know it. Universal healthcare sucks because doctors don't get paid shit. Nobody wants to be a doctor and the system is simply worse. Admit it. It's not. Okay, so this is just nonsense.
What can I do for you today, Brian? I got this wicked rash. You want to check it out? No thanks, I'm good. Here, try this. What is this? It's one of them hydro creams. You don't want to look at this first? Try the cream. If it doesn't work, come on back, okay? What if I want to go to a dermatologist? Then you're going to need a referral from your doctor. I don't have a doctor. Well, you have to get one then. How do I get one? I don't know. There's not that many. Can you refer me to the dermatologist? No. Why not? Because then I got to fill out a form, send it off, I'll get one back. It's annoying. You are a doctor though, right? Yeah. And this is a doctor's office? It's a walk-in clinic. Try the cream. If it doesn't work, come on back, okay? I got another question. Look, we're really busy. You get one question per visit. It's important. Okay, what is it?
This is not remotely what things are like, by the way.
I think I might have broke my ankle. Why do you say that? I don't know, it just hurts a lot. Looks fine. It's pretty crunchy. Crunchy?
Now, I have had an experience similar to this. Like, I tore my adductor and then they wouldn't do any imaging after.
Kind of hurts down here a bit too. Okay, here.
That wasn't a walk-in clinic, though. That was like a shitty emergency room.
Here. Rub some of this on there. Still bothering you in a few weeks. Make an appointment. Come on back, okay?
I can guarantee you an American made that. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Half the battle. Ignite would spend a whopping $69 million on the business. Not a small amount. And what did it make in return? $9.7 million back. Oof. That is not good. But it gets worse. The stock price absolutely crashed after this, falling to a low of 28 cents per share. Meaning if you bought in at when it opened, $2.50, you would have lost 88% of your money. You put in $1,000? Cool. Now you have $112. Eventually the stock price would rise again, still not even half of what it opened for, but it got up to $1.13 per share. It was around this time when the stock had come back, Dan announced his intention to sell the company, probably trying to cut his losses. Until it came out he was under investigation by the SEC due to Ignite's failures to provide certain documents and failure to show up for court hearings. Shit was going sideways for Dan. So, in an attempt to save face, he fired the CEO/president of Ignite, Curtis Heffman, citing his incompetence. Surely this meant the reason Ignite failed was this guy, right? This right here. This knee-jerk decision would mark the beginning of the end for Dan Bilzerian's entire social media empire that he spent years building. It was possibly the worst mistake Dan had ever made. When people heard about the firing, it was assumed it was like any other CEO firing. The company had lost money, therefore it was the CEO's fault. However, court documents came out showing this wasn't the case at all. Curtis had nothing to do with the company imploding. I mean, what's more likely? That Heffman, a guy who successfully ran other companies, messed up, or fucking Dan Bilzerian messed up? Curtis claimed that he tried to get Dan to stop spending company money on personal expenses, alleging that he wrote off hundreds of thousands of dollars in business expenses for dumb stuff.
Me too, I broke my leg thanks to being overworked by my worthless high school in West New York, which to this day I wish would close down for good.
Well, how about, when I win the lottery, I can build a nuclear bomb and you can close the school down. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
stuff. This exposed Dan's entire life as being a sham, because this lawsuit had to prove Curtis was wrongfully terminated, so he had to provide receipts to what Dan spent the money on. So remember how Ignite spent $69 million on business expenses? Where did all that money go? Well, turns out Dan was using Ignite as a cover to fund his man-child lifestyle. This meant whatever he felt like buying would be written off as a business expense. This was including, but not limited to, a $50,000 bed frame, $15,000 on a ping pong table, a $100,000 photo shoot in the Bahamas, $40,000 for an indoor rock climbing wall, and $60,000 on Star Wars toys. Is that not the most Reddit thing you've ever heard? And that's just to name a few. There's more, but we'd be here all day. All certainly absolutely necessary to run a business. According to ex-employees, Dan would allegedly just wrap anything in the Ignite logo and write it off, but sometimes he wouldn't even go that far because he would write off stuff like groceries. However, the most damning of all of these was the $200,000 per month Dan would expense to the business for his rent, which works out to $2.4 million a year. This house, which Dan had claimed to own in this clip right here, was rented. Business guru Bilzerian didn't think to actually purchase a home with all of Daddy's money. You thought the exposing ended here? Nope. It got worse. It got exposed that he would pay girls to hang out with him, pay for their flights, meals, whatever. Despite him
He's very dumb. Dude, $200,000 per month on rent. That is, that's 100 times more than what I'm spending per month on rent. Which is a lot of money. That is a ridiculous amount of money. 200,000. Dude, what fucking sense does that make? I would just see that kind of like bill and be like, 200,000, that's too much money. It's kind of weird how some people think. Dodo donate $2, Adonis, aka Giga Chad, visits injured IDF soldiers. Oh yeah, that guy. Adonis. Yeah, yeah. At least I don't have to watch one of those fucking videos. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Definitively saying he never did this.
Now, do you pay these girls to come?
No. That's, okay, so
that's the big misconception,
yeah, I'm
right?
addressing that on my app, actually.
You have an app?
Yeah, I got an app.
Dan would write off all the money he paid these models to the business, making it public for anyone to see. This right here, this lawsuit basically destroyed Dan's image that he wanted to present, all because he fired a guy who actually wanted to run the company properly. His entire life was exposed as a rented sham. Instead of an alpha male girls couldn't resist, he was a simp by definition, paying girls to hang out with him. These girls would be forced to sign NDA.
Dodo donations, just think of all the starving children on the street we could have fed with that money. Or the amount of hand jobs at an Asian massage parlor. He could have given a bunch of homeless dudes. Probably could have given every homeless person in all of Los Angeles at least one hand job at a massage parlor. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Then either be given cash or extremely expensive gifts like handbags, private jet flights, designer clothes, you name it. This controversy absolutely sank Dan. Yes, there'd been stories and videos of him like when he kicked the girl.
Let me just take a look here. Really? Huh. So, a week?
Reese's has a
They look roughly normal size.
plant-based peanut butter.
You can order 12 of these on Amazon. Delivery takes a week, though.
Girl in the face with boots on, or threw an adult star off a roof, breaking her ankle. Both caught on video, by the way.
Jeffrey is edging his little peepee to hentai whilst Jessica is edging Chad while he watches hentai because they don't know about responsibility. Adonis embodies responsibility whilst he visits injured IDF soldiers and Anastasia reads and cooks.
Yeah. That is something that Hamza would say because he's a stupid fuck. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Larry King confronted him on this, where Dan gave this long-winded answer, which I have interpreted as, yes, I did do that.
You were sued twice for allegedly kicking a woman in the face at a nightclub, throwing a porn star off your roof. Did you do that?
Okay, so she was kind of like my actual date, but I couldn't be seen with her, so I had the other girl that I could like take to events because we were at Art Basel. And this one girl turns to the girl next to me, call her my fake date. I want you to move, like you can't stand next to him all night. And so the girl, rather than like discuss it or anything, punches her in the face.
A little bonus kind of funny fact about this case is that the adult star's attorneys later characterized the event as an act of God and argued no liability. What you might ask is, why did Dan never catch shit for these things but had his whole persona destroyed by being outed as a simp? Now that's a very good question, and the problem is you're thinking too logically about this. You have to strip it back and realize it's because Dan never pretended to be a righteous or good person, but he did pretend to be a playboy, which is why people were outraged when it got exposed he was paying these girls to hang out with him, getting them to sign NDAs, and being compensated with Dubai-style luxuries. In hindsight, who would seriously hang out with this guy other than for his money?
Yeah, I've already had the vegan Kit Kats.
He's a roided up trust fund baby with absolutely zero charisma. You're telling me girls don't want to hang out with him because of how charming he is? Yeah, man, it's like, I'm like a business CEO and like, yeah, I'm just working on an app and like a book right now. Like, no sponsor today because I refuse to take gambling ads. So instead, consider becoming a member. We have a video up right now about Dan Bilzerian's worst podcast appearance. And if you don't want to do that, I have a brand new email list for free in the description below. Like I always say in like all of my videos, if there's one thing people hate online, it's somebody pretending to be something that they're not, which is why everyone will get up in arms over Dan lying about not paying girls and owning his house. But nobody seemed to care when during the Vegas shooting, the deadliest shooting in American history, he used fake police documents to try and get a gun from a cop. You heard that right. This man took a situation that resulted in 60 deaths and countless injuries, got his buddy to record him trying to be a badass, only to get mogged by an actual police officer.
Right now. I don't care. I don't know who you are. Jesus Christ. You want help?
Why doesn't he have his own gun? Like, wouldn't he Like, he's rich and he lives in the States. Why wouldn't he have a concealed carry?
Don't fucking, you know better than that. I'm just saying, I don't know who the fuck you are.
Around this time, it came out Dan was forced to move out of his $200,000 monthly Minecraft house, likely due to the lawsuit and the business losing money. Despite this, Ignite would actually have a profitable quarter, which led Dan to gloat on Twitter about how stupid everyone was. Dan stated he wanted to sell the business for $1 or $2 billion.
Do you have a return in your head that you want to get on it before you'd ever consider selling?
$2 billion would be nice, because then I get over $1 billion.
Which he's either completely delusional or just trying to flex. But to his credit, the stock price did rise a bit since it was profitable now, only for it to crash once again after an accounting fraud investigation into Dan by the SEC. So after Dan went on Twitter to shit talk journalists and YouTubers, it turns out his numbers might have been fudged. They also had criminal investigations because Dan's dad, a financial criminal, was helping operate the company. So after Dan gloated about finally making a profit, his company would be prosecuted for conspiracy to defraud the US government, wire fraud and securities fraud, and false tax-related filings. You know, what's funny about all this is if Dan just invested his money into like the S&P 500, like super low risk investments, he could have still been making millions a year by doing literally nothing. But
he would have more money. Same with Trump. He would have had more money. Andrew kind of lifts on utilitarians. How can such cuties be so dangerous? Oh.
Black-footed cat. It's also one of the
my
smallest
God.
wildcats in the world, with adults measuring less than 20 inches long and usually weighing under 5 pounds. Yet, it's one of the most efficient hunters in the animal kingdom. Black-footed cats live mainly in the dry
the
grasslands
hell?
and semi-deserts of southern Africa. They're strictly nocturnal, and during the
fuck
day,
is going
they look
on
like
here?
harmless little furballs. But at night, they turn
Oh
into
my
fierce
God.
hunters, with a hunting success rate of around 60%.
Oh, Jesus.
They cover a lot of ground too, up to 13 miles in a single night, hunting
Gotta be
small
fucking
mammals,
kidding
birds,
me.
and insects. Just the slightest sound can trigger a lightning-fast response. They can take down over a dozen prey animals in one night, spending nearly the entire time on the move, searching and
My
striking. As for the name black-footed cat, it comes from the dark fur covering the bottoms of their feet, which stands
Wow.
out sharply against their sandy-colored coats, making them easy to
my
recognize.
God. Dozer cats. Thanks for the donation, Andrew.
doubt that ever would have happened because that would never have satiated his need for recognition of not being a trust fund baby. After Ignite was down to an almost record low, it was taken off the stock exchange for good. The classic, you can't say the numbers are bad if you can't see them. Apparently Dan and a few other people close to him had the majority of the shares, so to investors it looks like a pump and dump. Even if it wasn't, that scared the shit out of them. At this time, his own father came out and said Dan fucked up the business, but Paul might have had his own intentions here because right after Ignite went up in flames, Paul Bilzerian did what he does best: attempt a hostile takeover of his son's own company. As they say, the shit apple doesn't fall far from the shit tree. As of last year, Dan is suing his own father for this exact reason, and now Ignite is a shitty webpage full of vapes and other shady products, complete with what makes any advertising good: ChatGPT written descriptors that tell you absolutely nothing about the company. Dan's image was shattered, his company failed, he was exposed, he was losing Instagram followers like crazy, so he did what anyone who is desperately clinging on to fame does: he started grifting. More specifically, copying Andrew Tate. Not like we have a million other people doing that. Anyone knows if you're not successful anymore, just copy what someone else is doing. He even ripped off Hustlers University and made his own version called Sigma Society. And no matter how many times I read that name, I can't get over it. The whole point of this, according to Dan, was to teach men how to be men. And to his credit, there were some really thoughtful quotes Dan had on Sigma Society. A gentleman is one who puts more into the world than he takes out. Man's perfection consists in this, that he cleaves to God as his principle and last end. Man is not made for fortune, but fortune for man. Oh, wait a second, these aren't from Dan, these are from actual men. This just says get your haircut to look like a rooster and pay hookers to hang out with you. Damn, what the f is this? This looks like some awful dating website. I just know my information will be going to scammers for even daring to visit it. I mean, to their credit though, they are giving you a discount. This should be $3,000, but it's discounted again for almost $2,000. But just for me specifically today and not tomorrow, it's $197. Except for when I checked on different days and it was the exact same price every time. Look at these glowing reviews. Max from Florida went from a divorce to reclaiming his power as a man. This dating guide is so good, they can't even find reviews that don't have typos because people just have to get it out there. That's how excited they are. Okay, now even if this is a scam, at least they offer a refund. I quote, "If you implement everything I show you and don't see a change in your dating life, I'll give you or refund you." That's how confident I am. But then if you go to checkout, it says all sales are final. Once you complete your order, you will get instant access to implement this powerful system. Therefore, we don't allow refunds for any reason. I'm not sure if this is legal or not, but like if one person just proofread it, I'm sure it wouldn't get the green light. Spell check is not Sigma though. Now I was thinking about buying this for the bit, but honestly, I just end up being the butt of the joke. So instead, here's Ghost Gum's guide to dating. Number 1, don't waste your money on bullshit like this. Number 2, there is no step 2. Here's the main difference between these two guys. Unlike Tate, Dan has been exposed for being a complete liar about basically everything. There are seemingly more lies than truths in his story. Regardless of ethics, Andrew Tate did make his own money. Not to say this is a good thing, and I'm not defending or endorsing the guy, but he is, by definition, self-made. Dan is absolutely not self-made. His intellectually superior followers would argue his Instagram page is self-made, but that page doesn't get nearly as popular if he doesn't have access.
Yeah, I mean, even though Andrew Tate made his money through crime, he did make his money, so
to his trust fund, aka Daddy's money. Dan is not Andrew Tate, so we had to simply just copy Tate instead.
Yeah, I've tried Black Ops 7 multiplayer. It's just the most god-awful, disgusting, horrible trash. It's basically the most dumbed-down, basic bitch, fucktard, appeal to the lowest common denominator version of Call of Duty ever made. It's just fucking horrendous. I refuse to play the multiplayer mode at this point. It's just god-awful, pointless, and just stupid.
Unfortunately for Dan, there are a billion other dudes out there copying Andrew Tate, so he didn't exactly stand out. So Ignite's failed. His Instagram page has failed. Sigma Society has failed. Basically, nobody cared about him anymore. The only thing that made him happy, getting attention on social media, was gone. Money was drying up, so he couldn't have.
Like, I'm pretty sure they used AI to design all the levels, too. Literally every level has the exact same layout. I'm not even, like, literally exactly the same, with no difference. They're all basically... Fuck, wrong tool. Every level is basically like a box, and then there'll be like, you know, a little building thing here, a little building thing here, and then there's this area in the center where there's like so many different multiple openings to get into, and like there's usually multiple floors too, so there's like, you know, some other buildings and windows at the top, and especially if you're playing an objective-based game mode, what ends up happening is everyone is able to, like, you know, get the fucking thing from home base. So, like, you're going to spawn next to B, and then the other team's going to spawn next to C. And then because of the way the layout on every map works, where it's impossible for anybody to, like, deal with whatever the fuck's going on in the center, because there's, like, 20 different, like, fucking doors or windows or corners for somebody to, like, pop out and kill you. it ends up just turning into a party game where it doesn't matter which team is better or not. It's just all fucking random, and it's based on who gets lucky with the spawn points or who's just lucky with guessing. Because like you'll be sitting here capturing A, and then you'll guess, I think they're going to come through that door. And then sometimes you'll be lucky and you kill them. But then like 80% of the other time they come from that door or that door or that door. Like the game just sucks. But every map has the exact same layout. I'm convinced they use some sort of AI tool to make all the new maps, because they all have the exact same fucking layout. It's just copy and pasted. And the weapons suck. Everything, like literally everything, is just being massively dumbed down.
Instagram girls flown out anymore, hence probably why he stopped posting as much. So naturally, there's one last place to go. And of course, that was LARPing as Joseph Goebbels. Yes, he did. Oh, yes, he did. Dan thought his path back to relevance was becoming a Nazi. And I really want to emphasize, I'm not using this in the same way inner city college students do. I mean, quite literally, he's looking up to 1930s and 1940s Germany. Let's just go over a few of the things Dan has said about Jewish people, shall we? That they did the Holodomor, did 9/11, killed JFK, killed Gaddafi. Dan said he'd bet his entire net worth it wasn't 6 million. October 7th wasn't even that bad, and no grapes happened. I'm noticing a bit of a horseshoe theory here, actually. And for all of you geniuses out there, there is a difference between being critical of Israel and whatever this is. This essentially burned any bridge Dan had with anyone respectable, except for retards like Fresh and Fit. Take it in, that's all the audience he has left. But why now? For a man who has tried so hard to be a businessman, this is surely career suicide. Well, it should be obvious, but literally no one cares about Dan anymore. His Instagram has lost millions of followers from its peak. All of his businesses have either gone up in flames or been abandoned. This is all he has left in an age of social...
Yeah, dude. The new Call of Duty is so horrifically bad. Like Black Ops 6 was like, looking back on Black Ops 6, that game just feels like fucking brilliant. It's like gold compared to this piece of shit. And there was a lot to complain about with Black Ops 6, especially with the skill-based matchmaking and some of the weird fucking shit that was going on in that game. It seemed like they had some skill-based damage implementation. A lot of weird stuff. I'm looking back on that fondly now because I realize how good we had it, and Black Ops 7 is just that bad.
Social media, you can say anything absurd enough to get attention. In fact, it's probably the easiest way to get attention. It's only natural for the self-proclaimed king of Instagram to do something this absurd and career-ending for attention. From an investor's perspective, running a company owned by a guy saying that the Jews did JFK is an absolute PR disaster waiting to happen. I wonder how this will affect his newest business venture, selling supplements. And for the low price of $45, you can get a fat burner. I don't know what the f that is or if it's legal, but you can get it. I wonder if it's similar to those like Nazi meth chocolates, because if it is, maybe Dan has been doing the greatest marketing campaign in history. This website is very similar to Sigma Society and Ignite, lots of ChatGPT, except it is a bit worse because it actually has been spell checked, which makes it at least 20% less entertaining to navigate. I wonder how investors are going to feel when they find clips of Dan saying things like this.
That's why when people are like, oh, say Zionist, I'm like, no, fuck you, say fucking Jew. Because Jews have been a problem since before Israel's inception. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the fucking Bolshevik genocide, the Holodomor, those were all before Israel's inception. Clipping of fucking coins, poisoning.
I don't think that had anything to do with Jewishness.
Of fucking wells, you know, crucifying children, like that shit happened prior to Israel's inception. So don't act like it's only the fucking Zionists. That's just bullshit.
You know, Dan is all about masculinity, being a man, which is why the #1 thing in his life is hedonism. His value comes from material things and validation from other people, even if that means paying them. I want to take a step back and ask you, the viewer, right now. Do you think Dan has any actual real, genuine friends. Because I don't think so. I think this entire story goes to show you that this lifestyle, while seemingly luxurious, is empty. It's like an LA cloud house with a broken AC and no running water. I assume Dan is far from being broke, as many YouTube videos will claim. Sure, he isn't as wealthy as he was, but he'll probably be fine. The irony is, he's something much worse than that. He is a husk of a man. There is nothing inside of him. He's suing his own father. On top of that, he has no real friends. Everyone who knows about him knows he's a fraud. The only thing that seems to satisfy him, that being having eyeballs on him, is gone. Literally no one gives a shit about him anymore. Again, I ask you, the viewer, right now, would you rather have this life, or a modest life with stable income, meaningful relationships with your friends, family, and romantic partner? I know it's super corny, but for me, it's an easy choice. In making this video, I don't really know what the end goal was for Dan. Would he have been able to keep up this grift forever? I seriously doubt it. I think there's a almost 0% chance. But one thing is for certain, that was the most expensive Star Wars gun set in history because it caused the downfall of the king of Instagram.
Yeah, Kenny KO's trying to do the same grift where he's just promoting Nazism. It's super fucking pathetic.
Are you ever worried it's gonna go straight into your windpipe though?
That's what my mom's worried about.
This is the most fun I've ever had one of these episodes. Hey everyone, I'm Claire. We're in the BA Test Kitchen, and today we are making gourmet Oreos. A lot of you requested that we attempt Oreos, and I couldn't be happier because I love Oreos. It's very nostalgic. It's part of my childhood. There's red velvet, a mint.
You know, the best ones they ever made were the pumpkin pie ones, and they haven't brought them out again. They were by far the best. Why in the fuck isn't it just a seasonal thing? Just bring back the fucking pumpkin pie.
Mint cream, jelly donut. No. Seriously? Today we're definitely going to be focusing on the classic, which is really unbeatable. 2 chocolate cookies sandwiched around a cream filling. Smell really good. The diameter is 4.5 centimeters, and the height is a generous 1 centimeter. It says Oreo in the center. It's kind of ornate. That leads me to believe that they're like punched out using a mold or using a stamp of some kind. When you twist, you can see the cream comes off on one side of the cookie and not the other. That was the thing of like licking the cream off of one side, which is kind of gross, and I'm not going to do that. So the cookie has a great snap to it. It's very, very dry. The filling is pretty firm at room. It's starting to pop. It's still popping. Hold on.
I tried the cola Oreos. They weren't bad. They're kind of a vibe.
Whoa. I wouldn't take any of these flavors over the original. Gabby, how do we make a gourmet version? I hesitate to say better than the original.
I would say real ingredients. Good chocolate. Has to be that like very crunchy cookie.
Is it even possible to improve on it?
I feel like the cream, like.
I obviously prefer the cream of the Oreo. Who the fuck prefers the cookie?
What does that even taste like?
It's really just like powdered sugar flavor. Well, I think I'm going to start with the cookie and get that in a good place, and then I can kind of play around with different combinations and different ingredients in the filling. Time for my favorite part besides eating them, reading off the ingredients. Here's what is in an Oreo. Unbleached enriched flour, wheat flour, niacin, reduced iron, thiamine, mononitrate, vitamin B1, riboflavin, vitamin B2, folic acid, clove parentheses, sugar, palm and or canola oil, parentheses, processed with alkali, corn syrup, leavening, parentheses, baking soda and or calcium phosphate, soy lecithin, chocolate, artificial also flavor. Contains wheat and soy, and that's it. I think salt is probably going to be very key. I think that salt kind of helping to balance out the sugar. Okay, we're going to go over to the computer so I can do a little research and look for mold. So that's a very good illustration of the pattern. Oreo cookie, a recipe. For the first iteration, I'm going to take all my dry ingredients, stir those together, cream together the butter, brown sugar and white sugar, salt. Incorporate all the dry ingredients, roll it out into a slab, chill it, cut circles, bake them off, then we'll evaluate. Oh, Emil. Try it warm. I get very impatient. It's black cocoa.
Tastes good.
It's good.
I like it.
Yeah, I know. Our director, tried to order a cookie stamp from Etsy that could be personalized. He tried to put my face on it. But then it had to be shipped from Latvia, and at some point I found out yesterday at 3 o'clock that it wasn't coming. Tastes pretty good, right?
Mm-hmm. It's so much more balanced and has much more cocoa flavor
Mhm.
and is saltier and not as sweet.
Oh yeah. See how they spread a little bit? I think if I add more flour, they'll spread less.
Whatever you say, Claire.
Cool. I really like the way these taste.
Sweet and salt balance.
Maybe-
The Oreo just tastes like kind of like unilaterally like chocolatey.
I mean, one option is doing a mix of regular Dutch cocoa and the black cocoa. It might be more of that like chocolate
Right.
flavor, you know?
Totally.
They're very good. Right? Basically nailed it. Right? So tomorrow I'll try again making those changes, and then we'll attempt the cream filling. It's day 2 for Oreo. I feel really good. I went to Michael's, which is my favorite store, and I found this, which is food-safe silicone putty for making your own mold. So I'm gonna make my own. I'm gonna cast the mold from. You have a uniform color between these two. Roll it into a ball. You press the putty onto the cookie. And it should apparently pick up like good detail.
Okay.
Hey Chris, guess what? It worked!
Look at the definition.
Yeah, look.
Cheating.
Because like we're using Oreos. No one said there were rules. And now I'll pivot to making another batch. You can see the difference in color. Ready? Oh my God. It looks perfect, right? That's incredible, right? Who knows what'll happen after baking? Okay, I haven't baked.
No.
So these are, wow, wow, wow. So I really am quite surprised at how little they spread and lost their shape. So now I'm really curious about the ones in the mold. The edges aren't as sharp, that's for sure. Definitely from a look standpoint, the freeform cookies I think are better. Them. I baked.
Salt is
The salt,
They're
yeah.
really good.
Now is to make as many cookies as I can with the remaining dough so that tomorrow I can move on to the filling part. Rhoda's helping me. Thank God. Thank you. Amiel, is there... Are you picking up that noise? Looks great, actually. I'm really happy with the texture here. It's actually pretty good. It tastes like more than just a mix of fat and powdered sugar.
Tastes very good.
Oh, good. I made a little
Do you
half.
think you can do the turn, the twist?
No one said at the beginning that that was part of
Oh,
the...
yeah. Oh, well,
Did
I
they
mean-
say that? Ooh. Okay, I'm not worried. Color.
Yeah, slightly less definition. Should I do a twist?
I'm really
recommending a twist?
I'm really nervous about the twist.
If Claire's really nervous, then we should definitely do it. Ooh, I felt a really easy release there. And like flavor-wise, this is just like, what are you? There's like a little
in a good
plurality.
way.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh, yeah.
I'm eating it. I ate 3/4 of it.
That's success.
Considering it's not coffee time yet, that's pretty good.
True. I feel like that was the most positive review I've elicited. The filling,
I need some
cocoa
milk
butter.
right now.
Thank you. You want to try salt?
Which ones are real and which ones are the ones you make?
These are all homemade. Carrie, do you want half of an Oreo cookie? Yeah, sure. It's a homemade Oreo cookie.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Cool. I'll check this out.
Next one and all my confidence tank.
Cookie.
World! I'm the victim! Remember? I'm the victim!
So, this TikToker, who also used to do DoorDash deliveries for a living up until very recently, posted a video to TikTok last month from one of her deliveries, and it caused quite a stir. She claimed that when she was dropping off a delivery, the customer sexually assaulted her by revealing to her his unclothed body below the waist, even though he was, by all appearances,
You know, it's shocking how many women are like not functioning adults. Like they're literally maybe 7-year-olds. Maybe closer to like 5 or 6 actually.
totally unconscious. But then apparently after she reported him to DoorDash to get him kicked off the platform, DoorDash responded that they were kicking him off, but they were also kicking her off. And things recently got worse for her when she was arrested and charged with 2 felonies for unlawfully recording the man in his own home and uploading that recording to the internet. She is now facing 8 years in prison and could totally face civil liability from the guy.
That's great. Like, what a dumb bitch. Like, I love how she claims she was sexually assaulted when the guy's, like, literally unconscious. And then she commits a sexual crime by filming this guy naked and uploading it to the internet. Like, what a fucking cunt.
That she recorded. But the thing is, looking at her other TikToks talking about this whole incident, she has seemingly doubled down on this victim narrative. And I don't think she realizes that she's actually the villain here. Let's get into it. Okay, so here's how everything went down. Olivia Henderson, who is 23 years old and from Oswego, New York, went viral on TikTok in October when she posted a video of a man with his pants and underwear around his ankles. This guy was a DoorDash customer to whom she was apparently delivering a food order. Now, I'm not going to show this full video because I don't really want to participate in the multiplication of his embarrassment on the internet, but I am going to show a screenshot of basically the beginning of the video, which shows his doorway. And then I'm going to show the part of the video that depicts her reaction to seeing what she saw. The video shows a man lying down on his back on a couch in what appears to be his living room. Then Henderson does this.
That's fucked up.
And the video includes this caption on it where she says, a man named Austin orders DoorDash, selects the option to have order left at door, sees his DoorDasher, me, has a female name, quote, falls asleep on the couch, unquote, with his pants and underwear to his ankles and his front door wide open in 59-degree Fahrenheit. So this is what I see when I have to leave the order. So already at this point, a few things have happened. You have a guy lying on a couch in his own home, naked and apparently unconscious. And the internet now knows his first name and has seen maybe not his address, but the front and inside of his private home. We are already getting very close to doxing territory. And on top of that, the version of the video that I've seen didn't have any censorship over any part of his exposed body, which means when she uploaded this, she didn't try to hide any part of his identity or his intimate body parts.
Wow.
And with that caption that she put over the video, we have an accusation that this guy intentionally laid
Oh my god, what a dumb bitch, dude.
out like this because he saw that the DoorDasher somehow had a woman's name.
React to the great meme reset. What is that?
How come it a sin to masturbate if it feel good? Is God stupid? Why did he make bad thing feel good? Starting to think he is just fucking with us and we are actually supposed to masturbate. My
Looks like it might be annoying. Yeah, I mean, if God didn't want us to do it, I don't know why he'd make it feel good. I think Christians are just retarded. Thanks for the donation, though, non-wib.
Haha, you thought I was gonna come from the bottom this time. Great meme reset. It's coming. Are you prepared? Numbers!
Stop! It's time!
Get now. What was the first one? Yep. The knuckles. Too clean. They will make...
This is unwatchable.
Which appears to imply that he's some sort of exhibitionist. She later expanded this accusation to say that this was some form of sexual assault. Here's her description of the incident in a later TikTok about it.
3 days ago, October 12th, 2025, I was a victim of SA by a DoorDash customer while I was doing my job as a DoorDash driver. Excuse me if you've already seen this. This is my 3rd time posting this because TikTok keeps silencing me and taking my videos down and giving me strikes. So if I get one more strike, you guys, I'm just letting you know right now my account is going to be banned. So I'm going to try to word this as chill as possible to avoid getting this video striked. So on October 12th, 2025, the DoorDash customer requested that their order be left at their front door. When I arrived at their front door was wide open, their lights were on, and they were sleeping on the couch within eyesight of the front door with their pants and underwear pulled down to their ankles, and they were indecently exposed to me. I got this on video, and I'm not even going to be posting the video clip anymore because I'm pretty sure that's what's getting me the strikes. But yeah, I reported it to DoorDash, and DoorDash did ban the customer, and then 2 days later, DoorDash banned me, which doesn't seem unrelated. I appealed, and they were supposed to respond to my appeal within 7 to 10 business days. They didn't even provide me a reason for my deactivation. They're supposed to send an email. They didn't. So I contacted support, and they told me to continue with my appeal without knowing a reason why. There's an option to select, don't know why I was deactivated, and then you still have to explain yourself. So I did. And within 12 hours afterward, they had already denied my appeal. So I'm really never getting my DoorDash account back. DoorDash deactivated me. DoorDash punished me for exposing my assaulter, and TikTok is currently punishing me for exposing my story time. And this is the only justice I'm getting because I also reported this to the police, and the police are doing nothing. So what? You're gonna take down my videos and give me strikes and just
Yeah, this bitch is gonna get prosecuted. So great. Joe Ruran donated $2 stupidity.
The Joe Rogan experience.
Scientists love to
in their collective imagination to say that what they're doing is they're just carrying forth a linear path.
I am not interested in this in the fucking least. There are in the hundreds at this point randomized trials where they swap out saturated fat for seed oils, and the seed oil groups have better health outcomes. So you can talk about how they oxidize and they have chemical solvents and this and that. They're clearly better for you than saturated fats of animal origin. So I don't care. I've seen this bullshit a billion times. These people are just fucktards. Like, again, when you send me a video about flat Earth and it stops being interesting after the 1,000th fucking time, where a flat earther says, how can the Earth be round? Somebody just fall off the bottom. Like, yeah, I get it. Okay, dude. I've seen this shit enough. Thanks for the donation, though, Gio Ruran.
Expect me to be like, oh, I just better shut up. I just better sit here and be quiet. I just better not say anything else. I've lost my job, my only way to pay my bills and make a living. I've also gotten assaulted, and the police are doing nothing to help me. So let me just shut up. You know, the videos got taken down. Nobody has to know what happened to me. No, I'm going to keep telling my story.
And now we'll talk about why this actually isn't sexual assault. But first, I have to thank this video sponsor. This video is sponsored by Masterclass. Masterclass is $100 a month bill.
There's no volitional act.
So let's talk for a moment about sexual assault, because she keeps using that phrase to describe her situation, and she is completely wrong.
Dodo $20 watch right now.
While America fixated on hunting Soviet spies for nearly half a century.
How about we watch that one next? Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
You keep using that word. I don't think it means what you think it means.
In New York, what is required for any form of sexual assault is, at a bare minimum, first, some kind of sexual contact or an intentional touch of an intimate nature, and second, lack of consent by the victim. Now, she's arguably got lack of consent in spades, but in order for there to be sexual assault here, both of these minimum elements have to be met. And the thing is, if someone is completely unconscious, they can't perform any intentional or volitional act. And apparently, his side of the story is that he passed out because he drank too much that night. But we're not just talking about him being impaired. We are talking about him being completely unconscious. And she never alleges that he touched her in any way. By all appearances, he had no idea that she was even there in the first place, because it looks like he was asleep on his couch on the far end of the room. Now, this of course leads to another question. If this wasn't sexual assault, what about the fact that she saw his nuts without her consent when he had the door open? First, she says that the door was wide open when she walked up, but this is disputed. In fact, what's being reported is that police have since reviewed ring footage from the man's house, and it shows Henderson letting herself into the man's home.
Oh. What do you know? So she technically broke in. So she lied about everything. Oh, a woman not telling the truth. Who would have figured?
But even aside from that issue,
like, she couldn't even remotely come anywhere close to any aspect of her story being in any way truthful. Not one single fucking detail.
There's still not much of a case for her with that claim either. You see, New York does recognize some form of indecent exposure, but that doesn't seem to fit here. You see, Penal Code Section 245 calls this public lewdness, and it says that a person is guilty.
Oh, dear God. Is this retard? Like, I knew it. That fucking idiot from Your Movie Sucks. Somebody made a video about him. Your Movie Sucks in the 10 years of Philia debate. So he's a furry. I'm assuming he might have some fucked up retard opinion on this.
But yeah, I mean, like, the problem is, like, it is possible to watch that video and interpret what I've said in the most uncharitable way possible. And there's a lot of people that just hate furries and they want to, like, make the connection between furries and bestiality and say, like, oh yeah, well, obviously because he's a furry, you know, then that means he wants to do this. There are those types of people. There are also people that hate me for things that I've said about certain movies. There are people that hate me for my personality, and they all congregate around this single material. Because in terms of, like, my character, there's really, like, not much else that they can use against me, right? And There are people that, like, it's literally just, oh, this guy has an opinion on something and I disagree.
Is redacted doing DoorDash for money now? She looks like the type that would do that. Not sure that would fund her video game addiction or endless amounts of expensive processed food she likes. Do you know?
Don't know, don't care. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Agree with that opinion. And I'm going to get very emotional about this person's opinion and try to present it in a way where I can connect the dots and it's no longer just an opinion. No, this is actual abuse from his words, right? Said that people shouldn't go to jail for having sex with animals, and then they leave out the part where I said, well, only if it's if there's literally no measurable harm or distress placed on the animal, which would make it.
Okay, yeah, he's insane. He's insane. So he's saying it's okay to have sex with animals if there's no measurable harm committed. Right, okay. This guy also said gay people should be able to donate blood because HIV infections aren't a big deal. And it's fine for HIV patients to donate blood to a hospital and infect people with HIV because HIV is a very easily managed disease now. He also said that. I'm not making that up. YourMovieSucks.org is a fucking whack job retard. Like, some of the movies that he likes, by the way, like his highest rated movies, they're fucking garbage. It's just gay fucking Oscar bait horse shit. So yeah, he's just fucked. Just dumbass.
Guilty of public lewdness if they intentionally expose themselves either in a public place or in a private place, but in a situation where they know they can be seen from a public place or from other private premises or while they're trespassing. Otherwise, in the state of New York, as is the case in most, if not all states in the United States, when you are in the privacy of your own home, you are allowed to let your freak flag fly. You can be as nude as you want because that is your own private space. And so looking at what the law requires, none of these requirements of public lewdness describe the situation because due to the angle of where
Abktef guy klumnapks to size 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 abktef guy klumnapks to.
Well, that's nice. Thanks for the donation, non-wib.
Where the couch is situated in his house, in order to see this guy's nakedness, you have to be at or inside his doorway to see him, regardless of whether the door was wide open or not. And even if the door was open, there was no invitation for her to enter his home. By her own account, the instructions by the customer to DoorDash were to leave the food at the door. So there was no expectation that she go inside or that she even wait for him to answer.
Yeah, so she actually opened the door. It doesn't make sense that the guy would be drunk and his door would be wide open.
The door. Her professional obligation was complete upon dropping the food off on his doorstep. So there's absolutely no evidence here that this guy somehow laid this trap because he saw that the DoorDasher was a woman. And mind you, a lot of people defending this woman are talking about how as a female DoorDasher, you probably encounter a lot of creeps. And you know, I can empathize with that because for a period of time in my 20s, I was an Uber. Some were a-holes, some were obnoxious, and yeah, some were a little. This is some massive conspiracy to silence an SA victim.
So not only did I get assaulted 3 days ago on October 12th on Sunday, I then lost my job. The police are doing nothing. And if I get one more account strike on TikTok, my account's done. This is a man's world. I'm the victim.
Ugh. So many women, like, by the way, all women are like this to some degree. Like, this is the extreme case, like, you know, the top, 1%. But all women are like this to some degree. It's just fucking insane how you have to deal with just overgrown children.
The following order. She uploaded to TikTok, then she reported him to DoorDash, and then
lights on in your house. You got your front door open, right? Absolutely not. They're not paying me for that. Nope.
Like, they all lie, too.
forward. First, there's the fact that she's now been charged with 2 felonies, one for unlawful surveillance by recording him in his own home without his consent, and another for uploading that unlawful recording onto the internet. And when she was arrested, the Oswego City Police Department actually issued a press release about it. Here's what they said. On October 13th, 2025, an incident was reported to the Oswego Police Department regarding an incident that occurred on October 12th, 2025. It was reported that a male DoorDash customer had been nude inside his residence when a DoorDash delivery driver dropped off a food order. An investigation was initiated by the Oswego Police Department, during which it was discovered that the delivery driver had taken video of the nude male. The video, along with the subsequent investigation, indicates that the male was incapacitated and unconscious on his couch due to alcohol consumption. The video was taken from the exterior of the male's residence. The DoorDash driver subsequently posted the video to social media, where it drew significant attention. It was further discovered that the DoorDash driver had made claims of being sexually assaulted during this incident. The investigation by the Oswego Police Department determined that no sexual assault occurred. The male depicted in the video cooperated with police and provided a statement. The investigation ultimately led to the arrest of the DoorDash driver, Olivia Henderson, 23, of Oswego, for recording and disseminating the videos. Henderson was charged with the following: 1 count of unlawful surveillance in the second degree, 1 count of dissemination of an unlawful surveillance image in the first degree. Henderson was released after being processed on the above charges and was issued an appearance ticket for a future court date in Oswego City Court. The Oswego Police Department continues to investigate the circumstances surrounding this incident and is in communication with the Oswego County District Attorney's Office regarding the prosecution of these charges. Independent video related to the incident has been collected and reviewed by the police department. Anyone with further information.
I love how this dumb bitch is, like, it's great. It's great when some things work out.
About the investigation or others is encouraged to contact the Oswego PD. Now, as to the felony charges, she's currently looking at prison time of 8 years. Now, I personally doubt that, since I'm guessing here, this is probably her first offense. But if convicted, even if she gets a reduced sentence, that's still a felony on her record, which ironically can impact her ability to get, a real job. And in terms of the facts of the case, there's not much for her to fight here. There's no dispute she recorded him.
People online always talk about a male loneliness epidemic, but anecdotally speaking, I exclusively only see women talking about it. I think it's miserable single women projecting their insecurities on others about the fact men are at peace without them.
Yeah, why do you need women when hentai exists? It'll be really done, like, over, once we got some good sex robots, but, yeah. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
And there's no dispute that he was inside his home. There's no dispute that he was unconscious. And there's no dispute that she knew all of that. Like I said before, she's also talked quite a bit about caring a lot about monetization of that original video. And by the way, she's also talked about how she put the video out there specifically so she could name and shame him for being in that state with the door open.
Like, this is the only justice I'm getting, is exposing this man and having posted that video and it has gone viral. Like, now he can live with shame and embarrassment if people have seen it and knows who he is or where he, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm the one being punished.
So she's admitting that she did it intentionally so that he gets, ashamed and embarrassed. So that's not going to be... This is all going to be used against her in court. She's screwed. So they can prove she did this maliciously, and it wasn't just, oh, I thought this was the right thing to do. I wasn't aware of the law,
He's not getting in trouble with the police. He didn't lose his job if he has one. Like, what's going on with him? Why am I getting fired? Why are my videos getting taken down? Why am I getting strikes? Like, I'm about to lose my account. I was assaulted. I'm the victim. I lost my job. I'm the victim. Right? Is this making sense to any fucking body?
So in terms of these criminal charges, in my opinion, she is very screwed. But if the man decided to do so, he also could sue her civilly for his own claims. Now, let me just say at the outset, though, that I highly doubt that any sort of civil action is going to result from this, because litigation is so expensive and so time consuming that the juice has to be worth the squeeze. And something tells me she doesn't have really any juice to make any of that worth it. But if he had FU money and he decided to just make her life miserable because she's made his miserable, he totally could. First, there's of course a potential claim for unlawful dissemination or publication of an intimate image. And for that, he could get not just compensatory damages, but punitive damages, injunctive relief, and costs and attorney's fees. Then there's also New York's statutory right of privacy and publicity for using his name and likeness for commercial purposes without his consent.
Girl has bipolar disorder eyes. Yeah, wouldn't surprise me. Doesn't, like, every chick right now, aren't they all diagnosed with, like, bipolar disorder, histrionic personality disorder, borderline personality disorder, what is it, depression, anxiety? Like, every fucking chick has some mental health diagnosis.
And the fact that she uploaded it to TikTok, then cried about the monetization she lost when TikTok yeeted it, would tend to support this claim against her. Then, of course, there's intentional infliction of emotional distress. For this claim, the man would need to show, first, Henderson engaged in extreme and outrageous conduct. Second, she either intended to cause or was reckless about causing him severe emotional distress. Third, he has to show that he did indeed suffer severe emotional distress. And fourth, he has to show that his emotional distress was caused by her conduct. Now, for most cases, it can be pretty hard to find conduct that is sufficiently extreme and outrageous to adequately prove.
Having posted that video and it has gone viral. Like, now he can live with shame and embarrassment if people have seen it and knows who he is or where he...
She said...
Yeah. What a bitch.
Okay, some of you all might
Fucking worthless bitch.
have missed the DoorDash girl.
I was working.
You know, it's funny. They always say believe all women. No. Distrust all women. Like, we would probably be right more often if we assumed women were lying about things. Like, occasionally they're telling the truth, but we would actually be right more often if we start from the assumption they're lying.
I was literally working, and they deactivated me. This is related. They just punished me for posting about my sexual assault while door dashing. They just fired me, and the police are doing nothing.
So as more and more information comes in about the arrest of Olivia Henderson, aka DoorDash Girl, let's show you the original complaint that she has filed because I just got my hands on it. Thank you to one of my very good followers, Daniel, for this information. I will tag him below.
This is fucking retarded.
Century, Chinese spies slipped quietly through the back door. Katrina Liang was supposed to be the FBI's most valuable inside source on China. Instead, she fed American secrets back to Beijing while sleeping with her FBI handler. Unlike the KGB, which targeted men driven by ideology, resentment, or the lure of money, China's spy service recruits a very different profile. The Ministry of State Security, or MSS, prefers stable, respected, well-connected immigrants, appealing to a sense of cultural pride and a duty to help the motherland. Katrina fit that mold perfectly. She was a prominent member of the Chinese American community in LA, with deep connections in political and business circles. In China's intelligence circle, it's never about one master spy stealing a vault of secrets. It's 1,000 grains of sand, tiny pieces of information gathered by students, tourists, and business travelers. Katrina Liang was meant to be one more grain, but she was far more. Much of what you're about to hear comes from David Wise's excellent book, Tiger Trap, one of the definitive accounts of Chinese espionage cases in America. This is the story of how Katrina Liang became one of the FBI's most catastrophic intelligence failures. Katrina was born in Guangzhou, China, and given away by her parents to be raised by her aunt and uncle after they lost a child of their own. She grew up in Hong Kong and, as a teenager, immigrated to New York on a passport with a slightly altered birth date. She pushed her way into Cornell University on a scholarship, where she met her future husband, Cam. After college, she became active in pro-Beijing student circles and built connections with influential Chinese Americans in Chicago. When she and Cam moved to Los Angeles in 1980, she briefly served as the general manager of an import-export company the FBI suspected of legally transferring U.S. technology to China. In August 1982, FBI Special Agent James J.J. Smith knocked on her door. After months of meetings, she finally agreed to work for the FBI. She was given the code name Parlor Maid, and at 31, she became the FBI's star source on China's Communist Party leadership and the Ministry of State Security. Over nearly 2 decades, the Bureau paid her more than $1.7 million. Her intelligence went straight to the top, reaching 4 U.S. presidents and influencing American policy toward China. What the FBI didn't know was that their star recruit was compromised from the beginning. Soon after meeting JJ, they became sexually involved. He then introduced her to Bill Cleveland, the FBI's chief of Chinese counterintelligence in San Francisco.
Oh my god, that's the best he could do. An ugly fucking... She's not even a cute Asian, she's just ugly.
Cleveland and JJ were partners on Tiger Trap, an investigation into China's attempts to steal U.S. nuclear secrets. Cleveland eventually began sleeping with her too. Neither agent knew about the other's affair.
They're both getting, like, she's fucking gross. Like, what are the... That's pathetic.
Whether the MSS encouraged her relationships isn't clear.
Dude.
But Katrina now had intimate access to 2 married FBI agents, both eager to protect their careers and terrified of exposure. Her first major assignment should have blown everything open. JJ ordered her to visit her friend Hansen Huang, a Harvard-educated lawyer who had been arrested in China for espionage. Foreigners are almost never allowed anywhere near political prisoners. Yet, Katrina walked straight in and handed the FBI a detailed report. In China, you don't get that kind of access unless the MSS knows who you are and wants you inside. Instead of seeing it as a warning sign, the FBI treated it as a victory. In March 1991, Katrina met Jian Zemin, the Communist Party Secretary General and future president, as well as the head of the MSS, Jia Chunwang, and the head of the MSS's American department, Mao Guohua, who was her handler. She pretended she was there to help the FBI. In reality, the meeting was about how she could help China. They wanted her to become a major Republican donor to gain influence in U.S. politics. Beijing hoped George H.W. Bush would be reelected because they weren't sure a new president would be as friendly. MSS agreed to fund her political donations, with $10,000 getting her in the door. A month later, the NSA intercepted a call in Mandarin between a woman in Los Angeles codenamed Luo and her handler Mao in Beijing. Luo told Mao that FBI agent Bill Cleveland was planning a trip to China. The tape was sent to Cleveland. He instantly recognized the voice. It was Katrina. He and JJ panicked. To save their careers and hide their affairs, they spun the intercept as if Katrina had permission to tell the MSS she had FBI contacts. At headquarters, they argued Parlor-Maid was too important to shut down, so it continued. There were earlier warning signs that the FBI ignored.
Yeah.
In 1988, China opened a new consulate in Los Angeles and consulted Katrina on its location and design. The FBI was thrilled she was involved because they planned to bug the building to...
So that's how fucking pathetic the FBI is. Some old, wrinkly, ugly, chubby fucking Chinese bitch can sleep with two dudes and does whatever the fuck she wants. Like, wow. Not even hot. They don't even get like some fucking smoking hot, Chinese chick, who looks like a model. No, just some fucking fat, wrinkly bitch.
To capture calls,
Wow.
faxes, and emails. But soon after, the devices went dead. The FBI learned that Katrina had tipped off the Chinese. Yet,
Dude, seriously, like this.
JJ insisted
Oh
she
my
couldn't have
God.
known about the surveillance because he didn't know about it, so she was cleared of any wrongdoing. What he didn't know was that during his visits to her San Marino, California home, Katrina secretly copied classified documents from his briefcase while he showered and quietly passed them to the MSS. And when an FBI source warned in 1992 that a Katrina inside the bureau was working for China, JJ dismissed him as a liar and a misogynist. As explained in David Wise's Tiger Trap,
White knight cuck.
one of the reasons Katrina kept slipping through the cracks was because there was constant turnover in the FBI's China units, and only JJ knew her full operational history. When he retired in late 2000, CIA Director George Tenet awarded him the National Intelligence Medal of Freedom, recognizing Katrina as one of the FBI's biggest successes.
Oh, great. You do the worst job and you get a special medal for it.
When JJ retired, the one person who had been shielding her was gone. In July 2000, new China Section Chief Ken Gaidi reviewed the Parlor-Maid file. He concluded that Katrina was likely known to Chinese intelligence since grad school at the University of Chicago. She might have been an MSS asset from the very beginning. Becoming a spy isn't just about keeping secrets, it's about thinking several steps ahead. And that kind of thinking is something you can train with Brilliant. Try to predict the next word in this sentence. My name. China discovered 27 hidden bugs inside President Jian Zemin's customized Boeing 767. Investigators couldn't prove Katrina was the source of the leak, but they suspected it. In late 2001, the FBI started secretly monitoring her and caught her meeting JJ in hotel rooms after his retirement, and even filmed them being intimate. When FBI Director Robert Mueller was briefed in early 2002, he erupted. The Bureau now had to assume that nearly 20 years of intelligence from Katrina may have been compromised. Before she left for a trip to China on November 11, 2002, agents secretly searched her luggage at LAX. They found a fax from JJ containing photographs of 6 FBI agents, including 2 still on active duty. When she returned 2 weeks later, her luggage was checked again and the photos were gone. When JJ was interrogated in December 2002, he denied having a sexual relationship with her, but admitted he had probably told Liang too much. Katrina initially denied having an affair with JJ, insisting it was purely a business relationship. But she eventually confessed they'd been intimate since the 1980s and admitted to removing documents from his briefcase. She even opened her home safe and turned over top-secret NSA summaries of her intercepted calls with her Chinese handler. She spun it by explaining that she was originally loyal to the FBI, but China discovered notes in her luggage, forcing her to confess to being an FBI asset before agreeing to share intel with the MSS. The FBI also discovered classified material in her home from the espionage case involving Los Alamos physicist Peter Lee, who leaked classified defense information to China, material she had no business having. On April 9, 2003, Katrina Liang was arrested and charged with the unauthorized copying of national defense information with the intent to injure the U.S. or benefit a foreign power. But she wasn't charged with espionage because proving espionage in court would have forced the government to expose extremely sensitive intelligence. The full extent of the damage she caused remains classified. J.J. Smith was also arrested and charged with gross.
Well, the problem is this dude's wife isn't this dude's wife not fucking him when he wants. The problem is this dude has absolutely no fucking standards, and he's willing to basically have sex with a fucking monkey. Like, I do not understand it. This chick is fucking gross.
Gross negligence in handling national defense material. He eventually pleaded
like as if it's worse, like it's worth risking your whole fucking career, betraying your country, fucking up your own relationship with your actual wife over some fucking fat ugly bitch. Like, if you're gonna do that, like, sure, have it be a hot chick, but like, really, over some fucking troglodyte?
pleaded guilty to lying to investigators about his affair with Katrina. The negligence charge was dropped. His plea agreement included a clause barring him from speaking to Katrina or her lawyers. The judge ruled that this violated her right to confront a key witness and dismissed her entire case. To avoid a new trial, Katrina accepted a deal.
The
She
fuck?
pleaded guilty to lying about her affair with JJ and failing to report FBI payments on her income taxes. She was sentenced to 3 years probation, 200 hours of community service, and a $10,000 fine. She did not receive.
Oh, so nothing for giving up military secrets to China. Are you serious?
Receive any prison time. JJ was sentenced to 3 months of house arrest, 3 years probation, and a $10,000 fine. He also avoided jail time,
This guy should receive a life sentence.
but his reputation never recovered. Bill Cleveland, the other FBI
Same
agent
with
she was
him.
sleeping with, wasn't charged but resigned from his then job as the chief of counterintelligence at the Lawrence Livermore lab the day after the arrests. Today, Katrina lives quietly, stripped of the influence she once was in the spotlight.
That is crazy. How the hell do you steal military secrets and give them to China and then not go to jail?
Oh, look at those.
Yeah, much more
Fuck.
Cheeto-like, don't you think?
I think we are certainly getting there.
Oh, we.
We're working very hard.
It's very
Cheetos are fucking gross.
brittle, cheesy, so crunchy. Is this what I've been missing? Uniformly to it, whey protein concentrate, sodium. But I kind of thought that that was cheating. It's like cook some cornmeal. And the cornmeal we have is like pretty coarse. It's just like one sad little thin string like Cheeto floating and. I'm sorry. Okay, like nothing much is happening. I thought texture. I'm gonna kind of flat. It was bad. These are looking pretty flat though. So a place where we really think not a good.
12 times crunchier.
The
You
Cheeto
don't have
dust.
to wash your hands out.
Penis.
I like chili, I like tacos, I like spaghetti with fried tofu, I like buffalo soy curls, I like TVP burgers, I like Yule cups, I like putting apple slices and peanut butter and maple syrup between toast, I like oat milk, I like my wife's tits, I like chickpea stew.
Yeah, those things sound like they'd be good. Thanks for the donation, Things Non-Wib likes. Oh God. Oh God. Oh. Oh God. I have to piss. I'll be right back. I just gotta go piss. What in God's name? What do you want from me? Oh, I don't have any food, jackass. Just come cuddle. All right? Come on. Come on. Yeah, there's no food here, but you can cuddle. I don't mind cuddling with my baby. You're silly, you know that? You really cut me good. Jeez. He scratched the shit out of me earlier when he was trying to look for that, I don't know, crumbs or something. Gourmet Twizzlers.
Snarky influencer chefs, fast food critics, and slovenly mukbangers, creators around the web are stuffing their faces with slop. A taste of Nina's approach, with her sucking and wrapping her giant Haribo gummy worm-sized lips around.
Oh yeah. I remember that. That was them. Oh, that's good.
I reckon the driver thought that.
Oh, that was so good.
This place had a drive-through. Taking a closer look at the replay of the clip, we can see that while it was quite the destructive impact, the frame of the window and booth shielded the pair from most of the collision, though Patrick did seem to have gotten roughed up a bit. The two almost immediately admitted themselves to the hospital, and thankfully it was determined no serious injuries occurred. The absolute universally microscopic odds for something like this to happen and be caught on camera is what really trips me out. For someone to be filming a food review and then to also have some jackass smash a SUV into the booth exactly where you were filming, it's almost like this was a planned crashing of their smorgasbord. Well, no.
Oh, that's so funny. They're so shocked.
Report of the week bombing death incident.
Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
On July 13, 1944, William James Sidis's landlord found him unconscious in a small Boston.
Ugh, I'm not watching that. And
In June 1984, a 29-year-old U.S. Navy intelligence analyst sat down for lunch at the Hilton Hotel in Washington, D.C., across from an Israeli Air Force colonel. Jonathan Pollard was giddy. This was his first contact with Israeli intelligence. Over the next 18 months, Pollard smuggled more than 1 million pages of classified material, stuffing them into briefcases and suitcases, delivering them to his Israeli handlers in broad daylight. No one in American history had ever stolen so much so fast. Pollard thought he was untouchable, but he was disastrously wrong. This is the story of how a brazen Stanford grad betrayed his country and how he finally got caught. As a teenager, Pollard's loyalty to Israel ran deep. His father, Dr. Morris Pollard, was a renowned microbiologist who often took the family on trips overseas. On one of them, they visited the Dachau concentration camp in Germany, an experience that intensified Jonathan's identification with the Jewish people and the Israeli cause. At Stanford, he began telling classmates he was a Mossad agent, a complete fabrication, one of many lies he'd go on to tell. But when it came to his drug use, he told the truth. He admitted to smoking marijuana about 600 times, enough for the CIA to reject him from its graduate fellowship program. And yet, in 1979, he was hired as an intelligence analyst for the Navy Field Operational Intelligence Office in Maryland, part of the Naval Intelligence Support Center, the central hub of Navy intelligence at the time. When the Navy requested a background check, the CIA, citing privacy laws, failed to disclose that Pollard had been rejected from their own fellowship program. The red flags kept piling up. As recounted in Capturing Jonathan Pollard by former Special Agent Ronald J. Olive, who led the investigation into the case, Pollard began telling supervisors he had contacts with South African intelligence. Relations with South Africa were strained due to apartheid. He claimed his father had once been the CIA station chief at the U.S. Embassy in South Africa. That was a total lie. Still, the man who hired him, Rear Admiral Thomas A. Brooks, believed Pollard wasn't a threat and kept him on. It wasn't until he made a scene at a naval party, rambling to the Director of Naval Intelligence, Rear Admiral Sumner Shapiro, that Shapiro flagged him as unstable and called for his top security clearance to be revoked. To test their suspicions, the Navy staged a ruse, telling Pollard he was being considered as a double agent, which required taking a polygraph. As Ronald J. Olive describes in his book, Pollard acted bizarrely during the polygraph exam. He began shouting and shaking and making gagging sounds as if he were about to vomit. Pollard repeatedly staggered into the bathroom, although he may have had an upset stomach owing to stress. Addison, the agent administering the test, believed that he was faking his sickness. A clinical psychologist who evaluated
It was kind of boring too. Super boring. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
This story involves one of my personal favorite YouTubers being framed as a child victim of a deadly terrorist attack. On May 22nd, 2017, the city of Manchester was hit by one of the deadliest terrorist attacks in the history of the United Kingdom. At approximately 10:30 p.m., a crazed suicide bomber named Salman al-Bedi launched an attack against the Manchester Arena after the conclusion of an Ariana Grande concert. The attack killed 22 people and injured dozens more. Footage of the crisis quickly spread online, showing hundreds of panicked concert goers screaming in terror and running away in confusion. Aside from the abject horror of this terroristic violence, the media also highlighted another distressing component to this attack. That being many children were present and they got temporarily separated from their parents during the chaos. This element will become relevant shortly. Sadly, despite how horrible this was, the age-old tradition of making a mockery out of horrific tragedies remained true even with this Manchester situation. With many attempting to use the incident as an opportunity to garner clicks off of mean-spirited jokes and hoaxes. Think along the lines of creating viral
I love how they got these photos of Sam Hyde for some of these shootings. Oh, fuck. It's so retarded. He looks like somebody who'd committed a mass shooting, too, which makes it perfect.
Posts falsely attributing Sam Hyde as being a mass shooter or like the ghost of Kiev kind of thing. Several online moniker ReviewBruh. While he's been making videos since the early 2010s, John saw a huge renaissance around the 2017 era, becoming not just a popular channel, but in many ways he became a living meme. This was all thanks to his aforementioned eccentric nature, making him a beloved figure on sites like Reddit and 4chan.
My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined.
Though while his popularity on these sites may have been good in terms of views, the internet's obsession with him combined with his youthful appearance, well, you might imagine where this is going. In the wake of the bombing, a Twitter user named Gamergate Antifa made an obvious troll account posting the following tweet with an image of ReviewBruh. My son was in the Manchester Arena today, and he's not picking up my call. Please help me. This post ended up going viral, garnering over 10,000 likes and 20,000 retweets in short time. While many knew it was a shitpost by a troll, the nature of its virality meant it spread over into the mainstream, causing some to genuinely want to help try to find this missing son. While perhaps not intentionally malicious at first, this tweet quickly became an issue for John, who had so many people checking in about his safety that he actually had to create a video clarifying that he wasn't harmed and that the whole thing was a hoax started by internet trolls.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. This evening, I don't know if you've heard it or not, but some people propagated a certain rumor claiming that I was a victim in the attack in Manchester at the
Bong deaths. In the world of food-related content, I'd say really the only subgenre that's actually inherently controversial by nature is mukbang. These videos essentially involve creators binge eating grotesquely large portions of food on camera, often in slovenly fashion. Many influencers in this space boast.
I don't know who the hell wants to watch these hideously disgusting people stuff themselves and eat some of the most disgusting food on the planet.
Expansive waistlines and dipping sauce.
Like, I just can't.
To the mukbang.
Like, this is just disgusting shit. These people are so gross.
Becoming morbidly. The natural.
Like, they're gross and their food is gross. Who the fuck wants to watch this?
Worry with this sort of thing is that, well, these obese Jesus Christ. It's like an insect invasion today. The natural worry with this sort of things is that, well, these obese mukbang influencers are gonna fucking die. And while I'm unaware of such cases occurring here in the United States, there have been at least 2 instances of international mukbangers entering the grave early. One of which was actually live streaming when it happened. On June 14th, 2024, a Chinese mukbang creator named Pan Zhaoting would be hospitalized after partaking in a continuous binge-eating mukbang session while live. Pan had become infamous over the years for continuously escalating.
Oh my god. She doesn't even look like a human being. It's like a walrus trying to pretend to be a human being.
The scale of her eating content to include more and more food with each upload, leading to her becoming morbidly obese. This resulted in the development of numerous health issues that would eventually compound in deadly fashion. The Daily Mail reported that the aforementioned mukbang stream had lasted close to 10 hours, with the woman eventually consuming an estimated 22 pounds of food until finally collapsing. The details surrounding what happened are pretty disturbing. From what I understand, she passed out live and the viewers are in the chat panicking. You know, they're not able to help her other than call police or EMS. She was hospitalized soon after this and pronounced dead. The autopsy revealed that Pan had passed away from her stomach literally bursting from the copious amounts of food that she had consumed. While unfortunate, as mentioned before,
maybe she should have stopped eating when she felt full. That's usually what people do.
This isn't the only incident of its kind. A year later, 24-year-old mukbanger Efekan Coulter would succumb a similar, albeit not live-streamed fate. This Turkish influencer was severely obese and created mukbang-adjacent content, gorging himself until he was literally unable to stand up on his own. The Sweet Dixie Kitchen scandal.
These people are fucked.
Attempted damage control and would admit to using Popeye's tenders in some of their dishes. Here is her rather hilariously take on it is patently absurd to consider yourself Popeye's trademarks or copyright.
When people order it, we tell them.
Thank you to everyone who has liked, left a message, and laughed. It's Carla BB. This video was different from her typical ones. She wasn't reviewing a unique dish from a boutique restaurant. Rather, it was her venting for close to 5 minutes about a negative experience she had with staff at an upscale restaurant/wine bar located in San Francisco called the Kiss Cafe. In it, Carla addresses what she saw as rude and demeaning behavior from staff during the visit. Staff who apparently actually invited her to review food there.
I don't know if I'm gonna post this video because I'm like still shaking and I feel so frazzled, but I just left a restaurant collaboration crying. I had a TikTok collab with a new restaurant in Hayes Valley that I was really excited for. I need to film the setup in the kitchen and stuff because it's really cute, but I hear the host and this other guy talking. And this other guy is behind the counter, so it's a small restaurant. He's like 2 or 3 feet away from me, so I can hear everything they're saying.
It appears there was some sort of miscommunication with management and whoever invited her, because when Carla got there, well, it seems some workers, notably the head chef at this establishment, didn't think Carla had enough clout to get special treatment. and was confused as to why she was even invited in the first place. They were literally big broing this girl.
Saying what about her Instagram, how many followers does she have there, and I don't use my Instagram for food, it's just my private Instagram. So this guy tells him that I have like 1,300 followers and he is not having it. Saying to the host that he shouldn't have invited me and that this was a mistake and that this was bad. And then he says, is she dining alone? Who else is coming? And the host says that I have a +1. And then he says, and this +1's late, but no one was late. I was there early. Mind you, this is all happening in front of me and they know that I can hear because we are so close to each other. At the
I have a little potato cat. Hey, little potato. Yeah. Very troublesome.
Yeah, if you had to ask someone what this was, rope with this kind of twisted texture
The cherry flavored Twizzlers are nice.
on the outside, but it does kind of have a flat surface on the bottom, and also it's hollow on the inside. If you, when you were a kid, did what I used to do, which is like cut off the two ends and try to drink soda through the Twizzler as a straw, we know that it's hollow. I really like these. It doesn't have a distinct flavor of any particular fruit, although I think it is cherry. This is strawberry? Does not really taste like strawberry. I'm gonna taste the black licorice. Right, this is the original. It's good. That just like intense herbal flavor of the anise kind of balances out like the sugar. I just love how chewy they are. I love the pull and peel. I just like love playing with my food and doing that. It's so good. I love it. This one's creamsicle, orange creamsicle. This one appears to be filled. I don't know if you can see that. I don't particularly like
Those ones that were filled sucked.
this one. I think we have to start with like the 1.0 version and stick with the classic. I'm gonna start with attempting red. Gabby, what is it about the texture that we have to aim for?
I wish it was more together.
It has to have those little crimped pinches at the end.
You're on camera, just so you know.
And it's delicious.
Do you think it has to be hollow?
No.
Okay, trait, riboflavin and folic acid, sugar.
The ingredients are wheat, sugar.
So I'll start concentrating fruit juice or puree, tart cherry juice to cook down some of the strawberries and I'll strain it. We got some issues, but I just want to try extruding it. Gelatin to achieve that texture, and I think definitely a lot softer than the texture of the Twizzlers. The gelatin and instead use corn.
Twizzlers are way better than red vines. Fight me.
The cherry flavored Twizzlers are better than red vines, but red vines are better than the strawberry flavored Twizzlers. Thanks for the donation though, Ben Boy.
Syrup. You know, although it's more processed than brown rice syrup, I just want to try it and see what it does for this. Give it a little taste. It doesn't taste like Twizzlers, but that's not the point. We're just going... They are even still soft.
Non-Wibs new instrument donated $3. Is that your new instrument? That looks a little complicated. I don't think I'd be able to use it other than just randomly press buttons. Looks fun though. Thanks for the donation, Non-Wibs new instrument.
Softer than these. So today, I'm gonna really try to dial in the firmness and also try to work on shape. Here's what I'm thinking. None of these discs is really the right shape, so maybe using like a pastry tip, we can kind of MacGyver our own shape. This is gonna make me sound like a real nerd. I used to do makes sense. Time to go cook. Look.
Doesn't work?
They're like one when they try something instead of letting them form. It needs to. What is they? So I was going that it's not like this is
Oh, drill on?
sorry, we're gonna
Gotta drill that. That's no bueno.
drill into your finger. This. Okay, all right, we have
Warm.
like look say no.
Not bad.
Thanks.
Even got the yes.
This is day 4 of this. Less starchy. Yeah, I'm happier already with the texture.
It's getting pretty Twizzlery. You did pretty damn close there, Claire.
Try one of the homemade Twizzlers.
It's
If
a
I
little.
didn't tell
It's
you.
a little limp.
It's a little soft. I feel like the other batch was better than
It's
here.
fruity.
Uh-huh. This feels wrong, no?
They
Are
need
you
to be
sure these are
baker.
the right ones?
Should we go down and check out some others?
See, those
Okay.
look good.
Twinkies taste so damn good. Do they have a vegan version of Twinkies? Getting a bucket of chocolate chip cookies sounds dope.
Well, the GTA is still under a special weather statement issued by Environment Canada, warning of snow and strong winds. For a closer look, let's say good morning to Dave Phillips, senior climatologist for Environment Canada. You are in Barrie, where you are laughing at us that we're talking about 2 to 4 centimeters, and I haven't heard anyone complain about it yet.
It's the temperatures have warmed up, and so we're seeing rain in the last couple of hours. So it's more of a messy kind of a mix. But I think the special weather statement is still in effect because of the strong winds, Phil. What we're seeing are winds at 60 to 70 kilometers per hour. So even with flurries that may come during the day, that will kind of blow it around.
Yes. Yes, indeed. That is all correct. I hate this guy. I absolutely fucking hate this guy. Look at this jackass's fucking face.
Just through these gates here is 10.
Imagine this prick knowing the way he looks and deciding to make a YouTube channel just to piss everybody off. So we have to see his fucking face. He just has an annoying fucking face. Jackass.
I can't believe this show is still on the air and releasing hilarious.
Yeah, Beavis and Butthead's good. I gotta watch some of the new episodes. They're good. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy. Oh yeah, fucking your movie sucks. What a dipshit. I can't stand this idiot. Well, I'm gonna have a long day tomorrow. Probably driving to get donuts or something. Then having a food coma and sleeping too long. Something like that. But hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. Should be on tomorrow, so I'll see you all then, and sweet dreams.